looks like we're back in. So, as per usual, just give me a second. I'm going to pull out some chats and stuff. Hopefully we don't get any more bots today. That's always lots of fun. Back in. Oop, shut the hell up. There we go. Pop out that. Okay, so that's YouTube. We got Rumble. Come on, Rumble. Rumble. Come on, Rumble. Okay. Pop that one out. Odyssey. This one's always a. Rumble. Come on, Rumble. Okay, shut up. Okay, we'll do BitChute since it wants to talk a lot over here. Okay, Odyssey. Go to my channel. Right, refresh. Okay, good. It's looking good. Okay, good. It's happy today. BitChute, or Odyssey is always kind of a hit and miss. Let's see. Just give me a sec. Get rid of my Telegram. I don't need that running. Okay, so YouTube, Odyssey, BitChute, and Rumble. All right. Grab my controller. I play this game with an Xbox controller. Continue, and we are in season 12, which is North Carolina. And I just got in here the last time I was playing, so I haven't done any scouting or anything. It's all just fog of war over the entire map, and then there are 4 maps on this one. So it's probably going to be a bit. Last one, Scandinavia, was 2. It was rather laid back. Nice to have an easy one once in a while. You get those really tough ones with spots where it's almost impossible to get through, or like you get stuck in the mud or drown your vehicles or whatever. Or there's the ones where there's really tippy spots or really tight turns and things like that. Okay, let's have a look at the map first. Yeah, so that's it. We have the garage. And there are a few things around us. Okay, let's try and get to this one first. We'll do the watchtower. Nighttime already. Actually, it's no, it should, let's see here. OBS, yeah, okay, we're good. Alright. I was planning on starting like an hour or 2 ago, but should I go up this little path? No. But yeah, I started up my machine and then got reading emails and replying to people and going into some forums and replying to people and messaging and all that stuff. And here I am an hour or 2 later. Yay. I'm on some automotive forums. I help people sometimes with their issues. Those things are great if you're a do-it-yourselfer for doing your car repairs. Yeah, there's always a forum somewhere that's related to your vehicle or your brand or whatever it is. A vehicle, and tons and tons and tons of really good information. Like there was one, I talked about this one a while back, but I had an issue where my ABS light kept coming on, and So, and when that happens, the ABS brakes don't work. Like your brakes work, they just don't do the thing where if you're stopping really fast and you're sliding, and it kind of pumps the brakes for you. And I thought there was a road. Oh, it's up here. I'm not even sure if that's going to get me there. Bet you this road does. I don't know. We'll just keep heading in that direction. So that's not great. So I was looking into it. I've got hardware and stuff that allows me to check the engine codes and change things and all that for my car. So I'm in there, and yeah, there was an intermittent electrical issue that it was reporting, and so I checked with the dealer anyway, just because they're usually pretty good. This time they weren't. I brought it in, they had a look at it. Didn't cost me anything, but they recommended changing the brake pump. It's a hydraulic pump for the brakes. It's like $2,500 just for the part, not including any of the work, right? So I was looking at a ton of money. But by the time they had gotten back to me, I'd already done a lot of checking online, and the consensus was this issue is usually caused by a problem with the fuses. And yeah, there's a problem with the fuses. They start to short out after a bit. I mean, I've had the car for, well, 25 years now, so, and this was, I don't know, somewhere within the last 5 years this was happening, so yeah, sure enough, I check it out. The fuse for the ABS pump had a lot of scoring on it, so it was shorting out in the fuse block. And I guess the deal is that the little electrical connectors in there that you push the fuse into, over time kind of get pushed apart, and then the fuse doesn't make a really good connection, so it was shorting. And the computers saw that as a problem and would disable the brakes to avoid any issues. The ABS anyway, not the brakes entirely. That would cause more problems. But yeah, so all I had to do was clean that up, stick it back in, and my problem went away. Cost me nothing. $2,500 plus, probably closer to like 3,000 or more after tax and all the other junk, and it wouldn't have fixed my issue. So even more money after that for them to try and troubleshoot what's going on, like whatever. But yeah, the online forums saved me a boatload of money, and that's not the first time. That's just a really good example of how they can help you. Even if you're not mechanically inclined and you've got an issue, you should look things up, learn everything you can, even with medical issues. I find a lot of the doctors aren't totally in the know either. It's good just to be aware and knowledgeable of these things. Don't just rely on other people to know everything. There's too much of that going on. Everybody's like, oh, you know, the experts or the people in authority know best. They're just people, and they don't always know what they're doing. And besides which, it's just good to know. Even the basics can be really good knowledge to have. I also replaced the fuse block on that too. It was like $110 or something. It was a little bit, just a little bit of a pain to get it out. But yeah, I took out the old one, put in the new one. I kept the old one. I can fix that up, tweak it and whatnot. But now I've got a brand new, nice, tight one in there, and all the little fuses are plugged in and happy. So yeah, I guess then in the end it cost, and I did buy a new fuse too, actually. So you know, it cost me over $100, but it didn't need to. I could have just, you know, kept that little fuse clean and kind of fiddled around with it a bit to try and make it tighter in there. That probably would have worked well enough, but I always like to, you know, if I can, just replace things that are wearing out. But yeah, with parts becoming scarcer for every vehicle, every older vehicle, even the new vehicles. I hear a lot of stories online, you know, these guys have issues and brand new vehicle, and they go to the dealer or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, well, it's going to be like 3 weeks to get some part in maybe because there aren't any, and oh man, so stupid. Okay, this kind of feels like it is probably the way to go. Where does this go? No, this just goes to this guy's house. Yeah, let's go up the road here. We'll get there eventually. We're just scouting anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Gotta drive around anyway, discover the map, where all the jobs are. But, yeah, so I'm on vacation now for 2 weeks, so somewhere here I've got to, I bought some new, I did my rears 3 weeks ago. I was on vacation then, I split it up a bit. I get 6 weeks a year. I've been working for my company for a long time, so 6 is the max and I've got it. So yeah, another 2 weeks here. I did my break 3 weeks ago, the rear ones, which were a gigantic pain in the ass. It took me about a week to get all that done. Huh. I thought there was a... Oh, there isn't. How the fuck are you supposed to get up there? Oh wait, here's a road. Right. The front ones should be easier. I don't think they'll be as corroded as the rears. And they'll just be easier anyway because I don't have to replace the caliper carrier. It's part of the spindle. And the won't be replacing the hub or the bearings, also part of the spindle. There was just some extra stuff I had to do on the rears. Normally we'd think the rears would be easier because there's less stuff going on there, you know, like the fronts, there's all the turning bits and the suspension bits, the control arms and all that stuff, but in this case it'll be easier. But yeah, my rears were already powder coated. They came that way, the new ones, calipers, carriers and all that. The front ones are not coated. I was going to get them powder coated. It was going to be a giant pain in the ass because you got to remove all the internals, which means basically replacing them on those parts. I have to get a brake repair kit to do that, and it's brand new. I don't want to do that. And I found this G2 two-stage epoxy caliper paint. It's supposed to be better than the DuPont ceramic stuff that I was using previously, which chipped all the hell. Even though I properly prepped everything to begin with. But I mean, it's been 13 years since I did the fronts before, so... Anyway, we'll see if this stuff's supposed to last forever. I think they have a lifetime warranty, and I mean lifetime, like forever. There was no... It wasn't like 25 years or, you know, lifetime. You know, quote unquote, sometimes isn't lifetime. What do you think? Do you think this road meets up or this one? I think I'm going to take this one. I think I might have a better chance. If nothing else, I can drive through the forest and meet up with this run here if I need to. So yeah, I gotta get my fronts, I gotta clean them off with brake cleaner because the metal parts are always covered in a thin oil. I don't know if you've ever handled new parts before, but there's always a thin oil on them that's it's there to prevent rust, you know, when it's in storage forever until someone buys it, right? And you don't want that on there if you're painting, so I gotta spray that all down and then tape off the rubber bits and the any of the holes where where stuff goes through, like bolts and stuff. You don't want paint on the threads and things. So I'm gonna tape all that off and then paint it up, 2 coats. It dries really fast, like 2 to 4 hours or something, so it's a one-time use thing. Once I mix the epoxy paint, and I got red. It looks really cool, I think, or it will. Because I have a dark green car, so the red calipers kind of go nicely with that. But yeah, I'll paint that up, and that'll be ready to go. And then I just gotta jack up the front of the car and remove everything, which hopefully won't be a problem. Okay, no, come on, turn already, Jesus Christ. Yeah, because the rears took me about 3 days to get all the bolts off because they were on there. They were rusted on, and yeah, penetrating oils, hitting them with a hammer, breaker bars, and of course the torch, which was the best. I had a small handheld, little, like almost palm-sized torch. for this kind of thing, but it just wasn't putting out enough heat for this, so I bought a bigger one, and it gets those fucking parts glowing red, and even with that I had to do some of the bolts like 3 times before they'd finally snap loose without ripping a head off. Okay, so we got a trailer, we got a road that needs to be opened up, and this thing over here. There's one job here, private order. And there's a job over here, probably making this bridge. Beach, there's a job down here, probably to grab this vehicle? Oh no, it's a trailer. Trailer and a vehicle, probably have to tow them somewhere. Okay, where do we want to go first? Let's go around here to this, so we can get that job out of the way, and then we'll try and find our way down to this one, I think. Because you have to grab the jobs before you can, before they'll show up in your list of tasks that you can do. So yeah, that'll be good. Get the brakes all done. The front, one of my rear brakes, like I've got plenty of material left on the brake pads, but the brake pads are in, they have metal parts on the back, and well, the whole back of the pads are basically metal, and they slide around inside the caliper. So when you press on the brake, there's a big piston that pushes on the pads against the, in my case, a rotor, and that stops the car. Presses it from both sides. But yeah, the metal parts were so corroded, at least on the rear, especially on the passenger rear, it got stuck on basically. So that one brake was on for, I don't know, 2 months or so. The rotor was all scored and black. I'm surprised it didn't start a fire, or that I didn't notice it. It's like fucking diesel, so much torque you don't even know that there's a brake stuck on. But yeah, it wasn't good. The other side had scoring too. It wasn't stuck on, but it was also corroded, and I assume the fronts are probably in a similar position, similar state. So it's not good. And that's because of whatever they're using on the roads here now. It just eats metal massively. I see new cars with rust. Like, you know, brand new car, maybe a year old, and it's got rust in the fenders and stuff already. And I know, yeah, okay, some of that is due to the shit material that they make the cars out of these days. But I wonder if I can get across that. Why is there another? Is this another job? Usually the drop-off point is... Okay, I guess that's the drop-off point. Yeah, I could probably drive across that. Anyway, where else do we need to go? Actually, up here. Maybe I can go down this little river valley. I think that's what we're going to do. Grab some fuel right here. Oh, look, there's another logical solution. Eastern Bridge. That's kind of weird. It's not the usual... Let's go take it slow in case there's some weird invisible wall type deal or some bullshit. Looks like we're okay. See? 4 tires close together, it really helps. The normal vehicle, his tires would have dropped down in those holes. That would have been it. Let's just double check, yeah. 3 medium planks, and then we'll double check this too. I don't know why there's... Okay, whatever. But yeah, I had to use a hammer and stuff to get some of that stuff apart. It was so bad. I really greased the hell out of stuff this time around. Well, I mean, it was 13 years since it was done before, so I guess there's that. Top it up, just because. And then, yes, we'll go down here. Where were we going to go? All the way down here. And down to here, and I think we can do that. So anyway, my rears look super fantastic now. Everything's all shiny and new, and I buy Zimmerman rotors too. They're coated in this anti-corrosion deal, and that lasts like they last. They're really nice. You get a little bit of surface rust on the brake area, you know, where the pads rub. If they get wet, you know, they're sitting in a wet garage or something, and overnight, the next day, it'll be a little rusty, but it comes right off. But the rest of it is still like 100%. Although mine, because it got cooked so bad, the rears weren't in that great a shape. But oddly, the hub side of it was still good. So, but yeah, that's all done, and I'll be doing the fronts. We'll get that done. Gotta do that here at some point. Okay, I think we're going down here. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. But then this vehicle is pretty much easy mode for most things. So. The other shore? Like over there somewhere? Where do they want this thing? Beached. Beached. Oh, this is where they want it. You know what? I'm going to tow it back up to the road, and then I'm going to leave it there, and I'll grab it with some other vehicle later. So I don't know what the roads are like. I don't know if I'll be able to, you know, normally I could tow it up to the road and then take it the best route possible, right? But I don't know what the routes are to get over there yet, so I don't want to take it somewhere and find out I have, you know, to go all the way back or some damn thing. So I'll just tow it up to the road here, and then grab it something later once I know what's what. Oh, looks like the trailer ain't going anywhere. It didn't say that it wanted the trailer, so I guess we'll leave that there for now. Holy shit, that's deep. This guy's got issues with deep water. His air intake is a little bit high. Because most normal vehicles will have a hell of a time getting this out of here. So I also bought a filtration system for my air compressor. It's on the, not on the intake side of the compressor, but on the okay, you just flip over there, buddy. That's... Oh. Alright, where are we going next? Got all those. I'll grab these guys later when I'm back at the garage. I think I'm going to head down this way. Let's see if we can't get... over to this one. I don't know if there's a spot down here or not, but we're gonna go find out. So yeah, it's from the compressor to the line that it blows through, right, to go, to your tires or whatever it is you're doing. I bought these this little filter. It removes water and oil and stuff. There's two filters in it. One removes water and oil, like big water and any oil and stuff like that. And then the second one has these beads. It's like the desiccant beads that you get, a little packet of inside some of your packages, or some food items have these little containers, little packets. It's the same kind of idea. There's little gel beads in there, and they absorb water. And then I'm going to use it to... Oh, I'm going the right way here, and I didn't mean to go across the... Pretty sure. I am not going the right way. I wonder... No, I'm not going to go through there. No. Let's just play it safe for now. Anyway, I hooked that up, then I can use it to blow out computers and stuff. And I've got at least two boxes here I want to blow out. One's an old one from the in-laws that I guess I have now. I got them a new one. This thing's old. Windows 10 was as good as it could do. It's not good enough for Windows 11. Not that I care, I wanted to move them over to Linux, but they're old, and I don't know, we just thought it might be a little too much for them, even though they don't, just click on this or that, but if they want to install stuff, it might be a little bit over the top. I don't think they would, well, I don't know. Anyway, so we got them a new refurbished work machine, Lenovo machine, that was way faster and better than the one they had, which is what I've got right now. And that's been working super good for them, so they don't do a whole lot with it. Like the one guy plays Poker Stars, and other than that, it's emails and maybe browsing the web. But yeah, the old machine, it was, it's got 8 gigs of RAM, which I'm actually kind of surprised about, because it was slow, very slow on Windows 10. And I knew it would be faster on Linux. I loaded up, usually I use Linux Mint. It's a nice, I like it, it's good, but it's a little farther down the path as far as upgrades are concerned. I explained this in a previous video. So Mint is based on Ubuntu, which is another Linux, which is then based on Debian, which is like the base Linux that those guys are based on. There's lots of different flavors of Linux, but there's a couple of root ones, and then all the other ones are kind of based on one of those. So in this case, it's Ubuntu is based on Debian, and then Mint is based on Ubuntu. But yeah, the upgrades there are the Debian guys do their thing. They come up with their new version, but of course it's in testing for a bit, right? You can have the latest version, the latest, and be part of the testing and all that. And then after a couple of weeks or months, that becomes the standard. And then Ubuntu picks it up, and they do all their tweaks and changes and things that they want to do. And then they have theirs in testing for a while, same kind of deal. Then it comes out, and then Mint grabs it, does the same thing, makes a bunch of changes and tweaks that they want for their product, and that's out, and then it goes into production. So yeah, if there's some new thing that comes along, Mint won't see it for maybe a year. So, which, so you're not on the bleeding edge, but I gotta check again. This feels like we're oh no, this is the way I wanted to go. That's right, we're good. We'll just follow this road. So yeah, Mint is way down on the list when it comes to getting the newest of the new features. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It also is extremely stable and good as far as that, like bug-wise and stuff. There's almost nothing. Because it's all been worked out by the time it gets to mint. And that's a good thing. Plus it's very Windows-esque. It's a lot more Windowsy than a lot of them. So for people coming from Windows, it's a good choice. I see another trailer there I can also grab. Let's go touch that one. Yeah, Scout Fuel Carrier, that's that little guy over there on the left. So yeah, I'm using Mint on here, which has always been good. But for this new machine, or new old machine downstairs, I'm using Fedora. I've never used it before. I thought I'd give it a shot. I heard that they usually, it's one of the ones that's a little closer to the cutting edge as far as the latest changes and stuff. And there was a new one that made massive improvements in speed of almost everything. RAM access, CPU, how they process tasks and stuff. I think there was another... What was I looking at? Oh, there was a... Where is that? Oh, there it is. I was going to say, I saw another trailer over here somewhere. Anyway, yeah, faster RAM access, faster CPU, faster processing, faster input-output, so for hard drives and network and all that, way faster. There was some GPU acceleration. And some of these were, well, the smallest, I can't remember what was what, but the smallest one was a 5% increase in speed, and the best was like 130%. Like, they made some massive improvements that are going to, and this is just Linux in general. So anyway, the Fedora guys are more on the cutting edge of things, and I figured since this is an older machine and Windows 10 runs like shit on it, you know, maybe it needs some help. So I thought, well, we'll try this Fedora on here. I'm just going to use it to replace a small computer that I'm using for our kitchen TV right now. It's called a single board computer, and like Raspberry Pis, if you know what those are. This one's got a little more horsepower. It's Odroid N2 from Hard Kernel. It's a Korean company. They're good, but yeah, I don't think I can get over there from here. We'll have to go around the top. So we'll take this road back just to clear out this here, and then maybe I'll bounce it back to the garage because that'll be quicker than driving all that way. Anyway, yeah, the old machine, yeah, it's a little single board computer. It works really good. There's a version of Kodi that I use on it, which is a multimedia program. There's a version of the OS for these things called Corelec, and it works really, really well, but it doesn't do everything I need. Like, I want to browse files, and so I need a file browser, and we want to browse the internet. It doesn't have a browser per se. There is a YouTube plugin, but it's never really worked that well. So there was a few things that were just so I wanted a desktop OS on there, right? And so I loaded up something called Armbian. It was the best I could find for that. And it has some issues anyway. It doesn't make proper use of the basically the GPU on the little computer. So it's all just using the processor, and it's got some incompatibilities with some file formats and blah 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 blah. It works, but it's not great. So yeah, I saw this computer sitting there that we had from them. Just got it like a couple of months ago, and I thought, well, let's use this. It's got 8 gigs of RAM, which is like twice as much as the little box. It's got a better processor, and it's just faster all around, even though it's an older machine. And yeah, so I put Fedora on there, and it is unbelievable how fast it is. Let's have a look through here. Okay, so I'm going to bounce it back to the garage. Teleport. Boof. I should go up here and grab that. Yeah, and then we'll come back and do that. Okay. Grab that, then we want to come back this way, go up here, and here. Right. So I'm slowly getting that going. There was a few little issues. For one thing, it's not using the 7.2 kernel, which is that new one I was talking about that has all these super speed tweaks. It's on 7.1 something, which isn't bad. Like Mint here is on 6.8 as an example, right? So it's a little further back. It's going to be a while before Mint sees that 7.2 kernel and all the big updates. But again, it's new. There could be issues with certain things, and all those bugs will be worked out and tweaked before I see it on this machine here, which is fine. I'm happy. Everything works fine for me anyway. I don't need the, you know, that much of a speed increase. Everything's fantastic as it is right now. It'll be nice, and I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not going to go to my way to try and get it here. No need. But yeah, Fedora there. So it's already on 7.1, and 7.2 should be along fairly quickly. I could force it to update, but I'm not going to. It's already unbelievably fast. I mean, any version, even Mint, would have been super fast on that machine compared to Windows 10. Linux just has a lot less overhead and works way better. I mean, even people that play games like me are here. They just work better. There's a lot less lag. You get more out of your hardware, let's put it that way. Plus it's free, and there's no spyware, and there's nothing hidden in it. Yeah, it's just Linux has taken over, and it's just becoming easier and easier and easier to use. But yeah, so we'll see how that goes. I got most of it set up down there. I was having some issues getting it to see my my NAS, which is it's a little box, stands for Network Attached Storage. It's basically a little computer with a bunch of hard drives in it that you can see over the network. I used to have it set up so I could see it also across the internet, but I got a little twitchy. I was seeing like people from China IPs and stuff trying to log into it. So people were trying to hack it, which made me nervous, and I don't really need it outside of the house, so I just blocked all that at the router, so there's no access at all coming in from outside, which is fine. It's blocked. I don't want to take any chances. So. Okay, there's that. And another trailer. I assume this is one that's part of a job, since it's got crap loaded on already. A vehicle, actually, that I already own, although mine has tires. Yeah, it didn't say discovered trailer, so that's definitely part of the job. I won't be able to sell that trailer later. But yeah, so going into it, yeah, there's a few little things you got to do. I mean, there is a bit of a learning curve. It's not terrible. And it's getting smaller and smaller all the time. And you can run Windows apps. Like this here is a Windows app. Snowrunner is a Windows program. I'm running it on Linux. Works fantastic. By the way, Steam is incredible for this. Pretty much, I think, every game on Steam will work in Linux. Windows or not. You have to use the compatibility deal, and sometimes you have to change. There's a lot of different options there, but it's fairly easy and usually works out of the box. Games like Call of Duty, Fortnite, and stuff like that have the crazy copy protection right now because cheating is insane in those games. If it has some kind of major copy protection shit for online multiplayer, it's probably not going to work on Linux. And that's due to the copy protection. They're not made for Linux. They don't see Linux as the... Well, if you're running it on Linux, those copy protection algorithms see it as some kind of hack or something going on that it doesn't know, so it'll block you from playing. So that kind of sucks. But I'm not into those, so I don't really care. Every other game on the planet works fine. I've got old stuff, DOS games running on here. I might show one of those one day. I was playing Ultima Underworld, which I used to love that game back in the day. It was the precursor to stuff like this. They were the first kind of third-person dungeon crawler, or just moving around, shooting bad guys and stuff. They were the first. And they did a really good job. I was surprised when I was playing it here just, I don't know, I guess it was 5 or 6 months ago. I just loaded it up again. I thought, you know, sometimes those old games, you know, the up and the down is backwards, or the keys are funny, like it's not WASD for moving around and stuff, but it's exactly what it should be. Like, those guys did a great job. Like, they were the forerunners of all that stuff. In fact, the guy that ran that company, Origin Systems, he invented the term, oh fuck, what was it? Online multiplayer, MMO games and stuff. His company and what they did, firsts, tons of firsts and all kinds of stuff that we see in all games today. But yeah, I love that game. He's also going to get his copyright back from EA, probably next year. There's some rule where after 30 or 35 years or something, the original creator can get their copyright back. I don't know what the story is behind how EA got it to begin with, but everybody knows EA, right? Assholes. And he's been trying to get his Origin series going again, but they're always kind of receptive and then they kill it. But now he's going to have it back, but there's also an issue. So there's copyright and there's trademark. So they still own the trademark on Origin. Or was it Ultima? I can't remember. But there are ways around that. So he didn't say what he's going to do for that, but yeah, everybody's kind of stoked. This dude is going to be taking back his company, basically, his name, and creating some new games. Yeah, it'd be good. It'd be really good, I think. Don't know if they're going to be like super, you know, like mega, you know, Crimson Desert type graphics and stuff, but we'll see. We'll see. Because he's basically going to be starting up from scratch again. But if he does a Kickstarter, he's most likely going to get a ton of dough from people who want to see some really good games. Fun to play games, right? So I'm looking forward to that. Let's go through here. Oh, there's a truck right there, I see. I wonder if that's one. I think there's two on this map that you can find and use. Let's go find out. There was a scout and a bigger truck. This one is going to be the bigger. Okay, this looks like something I may have seen before. I may already have this truck. Maybe. Where does this one want to go? Running on empty. I chose it, didn't I? Running on empty. That's why I did. Oh, okay, so it wants me to tow it back there. You know, I could just do it. Even though this thing is a scout, he's quite capable. Oh, but the trailer isn't hooked up. Wait a minute, can I jump into this thing? No. So that's going to be a twofer job. I'll have to drag the truck there and then come back for the trailer. Maybe if they want the trailer too? But you know what? A job is a job. Let's do it. We're just going down the highway here, so that shouldn't be too bad. Fuck you, rocks. God, I hate rocks. Almost as much as I hate mosquitoes. I mean, really, when you look at the size of this Scout compared to that truck, I mean, it's pretty fucking big. Yes. double check things here. I think it's just straight down the highway all the way, well, let's see, to here. Where did they want me to go? Running on empty. Yeah, so we have to deliver the cement too, so we might get to keep that trailer. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, this is doable. Let's do this. Oops, wait a second. I just remembered I had that set up there. There, I'll just make it a little easier on us. Okay. Although there are faster vehicles that could do this, but whatever. So yeah, I've got that little sprayer thing. I have to go set that up actually. I've got some of it set up already. The other day I just gotta finish screwing it to the wall and connecting up the hoses, and then blow some air through it to make sure there's nothing in the line already. Kind of try and dry it out. And then I can bring that and actually the NAS, I want to bring that in there too, and I want to blow them out. And if you're doing this, you got to make sure you don't have your compressor set on super high PSI, like 150 pounds or something, and blow components off your motherboard or something insane. Gotta tone it down a little bit. But yeah, that'll be good. Take that out, open up the garage door, which has been fixed. I was talking about that the other day. So there's 2 big springs that help your garage door opener open the door, because the door's kind of heavy, right? So there's these 2 big springs just above the door usually that they're called torsion springs. They help take some of the load off. And our house is 16 years old, and one of the 2 springs finally broke. I guess 16 years is pretty good. The guy was saying, the guy that came out to fix them said they usually last like 5 to 10 years maybe. And we got 16 out of ours. So there was 1 spring on each side. One of them broke. So we replaced both, because I mean if the one went, the other one can't be too far behind. And it broke while we were out. I think we went to Costco, came back, tried to open the garage door, and it would open like half an inch and then stop. And it was like, okay, what's the deal here? And I went inside, and I could tell right away that one of the 2 springs was broken in half. It's like a big giant slinky, but thicker, and it's all, they twist it to put tension on it, and yeah. One of the big slinkies was broken, and it was in 2 parts on the rod that it's on, so yeah, he came out and did that. It wasn't that difficult of a job, but there is a lot of tension on those springs, and you got to be careful, or I mean it can seriously hurt or kill somebody when you're letting the tension off or when you're tightening them up again. That, and I didn't know how much tension to put on them and stuff, so I thought, well, I'll just have a guy come out and do it. So that's what we did. So that's all working. So yay, now I can open the garage door, put the computers out on the driveway there, and blow them out. Get rid of all the shit. I'm allergic to that dust that's in there too. It's not every kind of dust. I'm not allergic to like dirt or anything like that, but like this, how do we put this? The human dust, for some reason, I'm allergic to. And that's, yeah, that's what the computers suck in a lot of, us dust. Or pet dander and all that kind of stuff. If you have pets, and yeah. Yeah, it's kind of gross, but whatever. I got to blow that out. So I'm going to do that outside so I don't get fucked up. I don't blow up like a balloon or anything, or it's not super bad. It's just fucking annoying. Makes me itchy. If I get it in my eyes or up my nose or something, it can fuck up my sinuses. Oddly, yeah, get it in an eye or something, it kind of makes the blood vessels around and behind the eye swell up a bit or something. I don't know, they get really sore and then, like they've been stretched. And then it stays like that for a couple of days. Like I'm still feeling my right eye. I got some, I must have got some of that in there because I've got the thing open and I'm fucking around with the hard drives inside it. I was backing it up first. Okay. Oh, okay, so see, it didn't tell you anything happened, but at the top right there, the deliver the truck thing has disappeared, and now it's just deliver the cement. Which I assume they still want to the same square, because the square didn't disappear. Let's see if I get right off of it. It doesn't really show. Still can't change that truck. Where do I want to take? I want this truck out of the fucking way. Okay, there's a spot there to pick stuff up too. I was going to take it around the corner and drop it off, but that's not good. So maybe I'll just take it outside and I'll drop it out here. Because it sometimes these vehicles on the map here, the mission vehicles that you like, this one here that I just did a thing for, they don't disappear. They stay on the map forever. It's kind of annoying because at the end of you go around picking up like trailers and all your vehicles and stuff, and this will show up. Well, here I can show you. It'll show up on the list. Yeah, right there. But he's grayed out, so you know it's not. But it still can be like, oh, there's a truck I gotta go pick up, and it's like, oh wait, that's I've done it where I wasn't paying attention, and I go out to grab some trailer or truck. Waste a bunch of time getting there, and then I find out that it's not one that I can use or sell or whatever. It's just crap, so you just end up leaving it behind when you leave the map. Okay, so he's done. Let's jump back to the garage. Yeah, let's jump back to the garage. Because it's quicker. I love that, by the way. It's awesome. I think, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think you can change the difficulty of the game or something, and there's a setting that will cost you money or something. So if you did what I just did and teleport back to your garage, it's like a recovery rate. It'll cost you some dough. I mean, early game especially, the money's tight, and doing that would be, and it makes the game so much more enjoyable. just teleport back. You don't have to spend another hour driving down some road when you can just teleport and save yourself a bunch of time. Especially at the end when you've completed all the missions on a map or an area and you're returning all your vehicles to the garage and stuff. If you had to drive them back, oh god, some of the maps are so long and they're so big, and the roads in some areas you have to get through. It would take a long time, depending on how many vehicles you got out. Like maybe 2 days of real time or something, driving all your shit back. That would be annoying. But if you just have the vehicle and you need to pop it back, I can just do recover and bang, I'm back. If you have a trailer, you can't do it with a trailer. It won't teleport with the trailer. You have to tow the trailers back. So they kind of suck. I try not to take trailers out as much as I can if the job, okay, so this will be one I can sell because I discovered it, so now it's mine. Mine! Yeah, so if there's a job that just needs like 2 cargo spaces, there's a ton of vehicles that can do that just with what they have on them, so you don't need a trailer. I'll do that instead. Or sometimes you can take 2 vehicles, right, that have, like, let's say I need to bring 4 things somewhere. I can tow a vehicle with 2 on it while I have 2 on myself, and then I have 2 vehicles. I can just teleport both of them back to the base, or if I need help, if I need help pulling myself out of somewhere, or if I flip over or something, I have a vehicle right there to do it. You know what I mean? And there's extra gas, and like this one, some of them have repair supplies and stuff. Yes, we're not going in there. Let's a separate job. I guess you can buy cement in here. But I have cement on that trailer, so I won't need to do that. Alright, I wanted to go to this guy here, if I can find a way over there. Oh. Here we go. Wait a minute, that looks like it might... Well, it could cut off here. Or maybe it goes all the way around. I don't know. Let's find out. Gotta be careful there. This guy, you can run him into things, not a problem. Most vehicles, you run them into things because the engine's up front, you take engine damage. This guy, the engine's in the back, so running into things, not a problem. If you back into things, though, then you take engine damage. So even just tapping that wall could have done it. Wouldn't have been bad, but... And I've got repair supplies, but still, something to be aware of. It's funny, this guy just gets through everything. And it just seems, you know, you're just going for a drive through the woods almost. And then you come back later with other trucks and stuff doing these jobs in some of the same areas, and it's just like, oh my god. Like this spot here probably would be like stuck with some of the vehicles. Yeah, this guy's having a problem. We're gonna have issues with that little spot. Okay. We have a T intersection here. Ooh, okay, I know where we're going. We're gonna go right. Right and then left. I could try going cross country, but there's a lot of rocks in this one. He doesn't do good with climbing rock. I could get stuck up there, and yeah, let's just see where this takes us. Plus, a lot of the jobs are close by the roads and stuff, and I'm looking for all the little jobs and things, so I can step on them and accept them. Okay, I'm going to assume, yeah, because that's what I said, I was going to go left. And then I promptly forgot. Yes, 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 yes. This guy's also super good on fuel usage. Like, super good. Plus he carries extra fuel, so... Lots of good stuff. Oh, I see a job over there. Yeah, so that Fedora machine, so I've already got it set up to do most things. I'm having trouble getting it to see in the NAS. I figured out most of that. It's a permissions issue. I just gotta change something. But yeah, for the... Okay. Blocked, are we? Do I need that to get up there? Oh, I do too. But I think I can do it with this vehicle. Let's see. Like I said, he's not great with rocks, so this could be problematic. Especially this little thing here. He might want to slide sideways. I think we're good. This doesn't seem super... Yeah, we're good. What's this? It's another job. Let's grab it. Restart. Okay, that's the same one. So they're doing that again. It's kind of weird. I should have just backed over top of this since we're going to have to back up anyway. But yeah, with the Brave browser, it's based on Chromium. I can change things so that all the video that it deals with is handled via the GPU on the machine, and I've got that set up, and it is pretty fucking sweet already. Yeah, we'll head down here. We'll check out this trailer, and then we'll see, because I want to try and get to this guy here. So where are we going? Back down. So yeah, set that up, and I was watching some streaming video from some other guys. High quality, you know, they're putting it out at a high res, and it looks way better than it did previously on the little SMB computer, small SPC, small motherboard computers. 'Cause it's one of those things you start thinking about it, and then it's like your brain gets all fuddled. It's like, what is it? Kind of like, you know, your PIN sometimes, right? For your debit card or something. You're just used to just putting it in. You don't even think about it, and then the one day you actually think about it, it's like, what is it? Yeah. But yeah, the video looks really good. Like really, really good. No lag, no anything. Perfect. The frame rates are great. Yeah, everything just looks fantastic. And I couldn't even tell you what the processor and okay, the video card was an AMD Cedar, which I think it has a fan on it. It's a smaller looking card. It's a Radeon, I think a 5000 or 7000 series. I couldn't tell. I didn't look it up in the specs on the machine. But yeah, it's an AMD system, but it was kind of a budget one. It's got 8 gigs RAM, and the processor was an FX something or other. Old, they don't make them anymore. Back when the in-laws were having issues, I looked into like maybe upgrading the CPU on that thing. But it would have been expensive for very little gain. Even the motherboard's somewhat limited, but yeah, on this Fedora, it just runs like, wow. It is really nice. Really, really, really nice. I'm so impressed. And once that 7.2 kernel comes down, it's probably going to be even better, like by a bunch. There's a bunch of AMD GPU specific tweaks in there too. There was one for NVIDIA, but most of it was for AMD cards and stuff. So that'll be extra interesting. Okay, I was going to say, is that a mission one? Nope, it's one of ours. We got it. Sometimes I use these trailers out in the wild. Usually I think I just end up I just remembered, I saw a map of this. I think there is an upgrade in this area right here. Oh, can I... What the fuck? That bridge isn't finished. Okay, that must be under... So there's tasks, which are these things I'm finding out in the world, and then there's these contracts. Oh man, lots and lots of contracts. So one of these is probably to rebuild that bridge. So I'll be looking through that later. Because yeah, I always try to open up all the passes and bridges and stuff, all those jobs I do first. And that and the opening up warehouses. If there's a warehouse or a garage or something, I try and hit all of those first, which makes all the other jobs so much easier later. So it looks like if I went back, I could get to that watchtower by coming down this road here. But I'm wondering if I go down this way, there must be another way. Let's just keep going straight and I'll see if there's a way off to the right side here. There's something I've been noticing in the chats. It seems like more often than not, the people that end up chatting to me are bots. They all sound kind of similar, and it comes down to trying to sell services for you know, streamers and stuff, making, you know, special emojis and all that bullshit. And from what I've read about it, yeah, a lot of them look similar in how they do. They come out, they're friendly, they ask questions about the game, and then there's like a no pressure thing, but do you want to check, I do this stuff, do you want to check out my Discord and things? And it's, guess it's just a known scam. It's a thing that's been going on. And a lot of the times the content on their site is been ripped off from other sites. It's not real. And they'll take your money to do like a for a contract to do some work for you, and then nothing will happen. Oh, this is interesting. It's one of them fancy bridges that lets big ships through. Does it work? I'm just wondering if I drive up here, will it okay, nothing's happening. There might be a job related to this somewhere. Maybe I have to hook up power or something. Although, I mean, there's a red light, but that, you know, it's a game. Who knows? There's probably some task I need to do to get this thing to work. But yeah, they're so far. That's not the only chats I get, but I've seen a couple of those. AI is such a pain in the ass. You know, often you'll ask it stuff, like I use it mostly maybe as a search engine or to help coding and stuff at work. It can sometimes, you know, give you some information you weren't thinking about, or, you know, it helps. And then there's times when it sends you down the rabbit hole, looking at old information, or doesn't want to give up, or it just makes some bullshit up, or you know what I mean. And it wastes time. I think back in the beginning I was using it because they were telling us to use it at work, and I spent 2 weeks fucking around with Google Gemini because we're a Google shop. I hate Google, by the way. Yeah, and I spent like, I don't know, 10 minutes looking up stuff on my own, and because I was just getting tired of it. And discovered that, well, I discovered what I was looking for. I can't even remember what it was now, but yeah, and then it just pissed me off. So I'm thinking, man, 2 weeks of fucking around with this thing, chasing stuff and trying to figure something out, and it was just like, bing, bing, boom, I'm done. I should have just did that to begin with. Like, oh, it was something to do with setting up Linux for work machines. We have physical work machines and VMs, VDIs, they're virtual machines. We're mostly virtual machines now, I think, but yeah, we got about 10,000 computers. Actually, it might be more than that with the VDIs now, but some guys wanted to do, they need Linux either just to test it or for specific things, so I set them something up, and it was a royal pain in the ass to get it to Ubuntu at the time to connect to our network properly, because we wanted people to be able to log in with their network credentials, you know, your network account, and have access to all your stuff. And there was just a ton of issues, there was a ton of issues, and then that turned into, it was mostly the AI leading me down the garden path on some things, really old information and stuff. I discovered more just going off and doing my own thing, and I got all that working, so. 2 weeks wasted. It just burns me. Fucking. Upgrade location. Yeah, there you go. I knew there was one over here somewhere. Gateway to Pipeline Bay. Alright, what do we got? These are just areas. There's no tasks. Oh, there are a whole bunch of tasks down here. Okay, so I don't see a way across here yet. There must be a task to do that. So we're gonna... Actually, we'll leave him, because sometimes he comes in handy. And we'll start taking out some of these jobs. I've got 2 of these anyway. There's another one in the garage, so. Let's see, what do we want to do? We want to open up some bridges. Let's see. This one's reasonably close. Logical solution, northern bridge. Alright, 3 medium planks. Where do we get those from? Can I get those? That's the next thing, right? Is like there a spot? Now that figures. Okay, so we're not doing that. It's in an area we can't get to. Let's try the other one. That's the same thing. What else do we have? Was there any other... Not really. Oh. Rubble trouble? Was that on the list? Yeah. Metal beams. Okay, this one we can do. What do they make at these places? Does it tell you? Okay, so, yeah. Wait. What about this one? More cabins. Okay, it's a little weird. Okay, so we need 1 metal beam. So I need a truck with a 2 bed in it, and I can do that. Let's go down to the bottom list. The ones at the top are the ones that you used last. So this was a scout, obviously, that I used before I left the last map, and then that was the one I used before that, and so on all the way down. These guys are the ones I use the least. These guys do not have cargo, can't do that. These are mostly scouts. Scouts are kind of useless in this game. Use this one. Alright, I know he'll have a... There we go. Can I add a crane to that or no? Oh, you can. Okay. I just like to bring it along. It is extra weight, so use up a little more gas and be a little more tippy and stuff. But if you happen to lose your load, you know, you're on a really steep hill and some of it comes off, or you flip a little bit, you can fix yourself up without having to, you know, bring in another truck from a million miles away. Alright, so we're going up here. Where are we? Okay, we're taking this road all the way around. Yeah, that bridge was open. Okay. Rubble trouble. I think I can get through there. Is that on the list? No, I didn't grab that job. Doesn't matter. Doesn't look too bad, and it looks like there might be a way around it. Let's do that. We'll see if we can get around. And then... this looks like it might be a little swampy. Where do we go from here? I can come down this way and then take this road here. That's probably the quickest way to go. This might be quicker, depending on how good this road is. But I know this paved bit will be decent, so we're going to do that. This here might be a problem. I'm just going to bump it there, because I don't know if I'm going to be coming around this way or if this might be easier. Oh, fuck, it needs a generator. Or is that... no, that's just for this. I shouldn't need it for that. We'll go here first. Actually, is there a... is there a... trailer store? Oh, that figures. What's this? Alright. Let's go, we'll tow the trailer there. The generator. Is there a quicker way? If I go down through here, is this gonna be a huge fucking problem? Let's give it a shot. I could be asking for trouble instead of going like. Otherwise, I have to go all the way around this big road here and then in, and that's might be just about as much of a pain in the ass as doing this. Although I do recall this was a bit of a pain for him when I was towing this guy out. But I'm not carrying anything, so let's see. Coming back this way might be a pain. Trailer store. Okay, let's just do that and see how it goes. Okay. Thought this guy might be a little faster. He doesn't have supplies though, so that could be a problem. There's a repair place where we're headed, so I can at least repair. Gas up though. There might have been a scout fuel trailer over in that area. So if I need to, and I might, could probably gas up. I think this guy is found on the second map that you play in this game if you're playing them in sequence. You don't need to play them in sequence. I do, but you can do them however you want to do them. Oh man. See what I mean? That other guy? He'd just drive through this like it wasn't even here. Towing that thing back this way, we'll see. That wasn't too terrible. Okay, that's a problem. And so is... Oh, you piece of shit. It's doing that crap again where there's no winch points. I hate that. I can do the little auto winch thing, but it always pulls from the front, which is not always what I want it to do. Usually that little bug disappears after a bit, but... It's probably the only bug I've really seen in the game that's consistent. Reasonably consistent. Other than that, this game is pretty damn stable. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of fun. There we go. Get some repairs in there. Coming down this hill on the way back should be a lot easier. Now that we're at it, where did this guy need to go? Should I tow him along? He was running on empty? Beached. We could grab him on the way back and try and tow him down here with this trailer. because we're going to be heading in that direction. So that might be a little bit much, but we'll see. At least I can sort of get him going along the path that I'm going to be taking to bring him back anyway. Even if this guy can't do it, I can take him part of the way and then just leave him for another vehicle. Yeah, the scammy AI stuff is getting irritating. So there's AI annoyances anyway. I mean, it has its uses. I'm not crazy about these AI centers, I can tell you that much. For one thing, I don't think it's going to be used for what people think it's going to be used for. I think it's going to be part of their surveillance state. And yeah, that's not conspiracy theory. I think that's a fact. Pretty positive about that. And then there's the fact that it uses up massive amounts of power, raising the fuel or raising power rates for everybody in those areas massively, which they don't care about. They don't care about people. They're just interested in getting rich. That's what it's all about. And then there's like other issues with noise and land usage and water usage. They use a ton of water. They also tend to raise the temperature in the area by about 4 degrees. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when it's hot as fuck out, another 4 degrees, yeah, that's a lot. Okay, just make sure I get enough room back there. There we go. Oh, there's another trailer. Did I discover this one yet? Well, oh, there we go. So that'll be one of mine. I can sell off later. It's got some supplies on it that I can use. Okay, it's got a break. Okay, trailer store. We need a generator. Oh, there it is. 13,200, and I've got over 2 million. Okay, I think we're good. Oh. This trailer won't allow me to have, because it sticks out too far. Oh, damn it, man. Wasted all that time to getting over here. Fuck. Alright, so the generator will be a secondary deal. So we're going to try and grab, when I go back, we're going to grab this dude here. I was going to just pop him back to the garage, but since we're out here, let's take him. We're going to be going... I'm just wondering, can I drive down this road and then maybe... I should be able to get down there. Let's do that. Let's go back that way. Let's try something different instead of going the way we came here. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we're heading all the way back. Oh wait, there's this. Yeah, I'm not getting across that. So we're heading back downhill. So hopefully this won't be a big deal. Ironic that we're coming back down the hill that I towed that truck up from. But at the time I didn't know where we were going. Like I said, at least I didn't take it really far. Okay, let's see here. So we're going to go this whole way around. We're going to go around this. Through the swamp. They have a little road here. I wonder if that's quicker than going here. Or easier. You know what I mean? Sometimes the road looks good on the map, but you get there and it's like a giant boggy mess. That may be why they have this little side road here. It might be easier. We'll decide when we get there. He needed... Okay, I need to go there, but I also need... Okay, so we're going to come this way. This way, hit the gas station, go here, and then we're heading over to the metal beams. Back this way. Going around here, up here. Middle beams. Then we'll figure out the rest. You know, it just occurred to me. I don't need to tow that guy either. I could probably use the crane and stick it on my flat deck here. Not sure if that's a good idea. It does make you a little more tippy. I don't know. Yeah, just... Okay, you know what? It's not a lot of damage, but you know what? We're right here. Let's just fucking hit the repair place. Repaired. What in the hell? I'm not even... That was actually more damage than the first time. Like, and I... Why? God, that's annoying. Some of these places, there's like... You could be driving down a flat road like this that we're on right now. Nothing in sight, you're going full speed, and you'll have some major fucking damage happen. Like... I don't think... Well, that could be a bug. All I know is it's fucking irritating. And it is dependent on speed and whatnot, so the faster you're going, the more likely you are to have some kind of fucked up damage happen to your vehicle. But I wasn't going fast here and it still happened, but still. Yeah. The fuel hasn't been that bad actually. Although I may stop at the garage to get some fuel, because we'll be right by it. I was going to say we must be getting close to that truck. There he is. Humvee, come with me. Can I reach? I can. I'm just debating. Yeah, it's not worth it. I was gonna put him on the flat deck, but it'll take time and whatever. The vehicle will take less damage. The vehicle I'm towing, that is, because I know for sure he's gonna be bouncing around a little bit sometimes, like maybe down this hill. And we'll get to see his little engine or suspension or something take a hit, but or me, you know. It's fun busting a fuel tank so you can use more fuel now. Yeah, we'll stick to the left here. There's more trees and stuff to winch onto. Come on. Of course, I'm winched to the truck, so I can't winch to a tree. But we're still moving, so let's go with it for now. I can always... And I think I'm going to have to. Yeah. See, now it's working. Now I can see the winch points and connect and stuff. Okay, don't want to get too far ahead. That's weird. Something smells like Fruit Loops. Oops. Coming in my window, like it really smells like Fruit Loops. What the hell is that? Somebody's laundry detergent or cooking something? It smells good, kind of makes me want some. Even though I'm off of all that junk. Is that a road there to the... You know what? Let's try it. Really, let's go up on the hill here. Just so I can knock out this little waypoint. Just get close enough to it. There we go. Now, if the Humvee will not be nice enough not to get stuck on a tree. Oh, ran into something. Oh shit, that was kind of tippy there for a sec. Fuel's down about half, but I think we're okay. We'll make it back to the garage, and then I can repair and refuel and continue on our little journey. Yeah, it looks like it should be easy mode now. We're back to the paved road, almost. So this wasn't too bad. This is the garage, correct? Yes. Alrighty. Bet you we take damage. Oh, well, he did. If you're wondering why if you've noticed why I'm switching into high gear first and then automatic, so you can't start from a stop in high gear, but once you're moving, generally you can pop it into high gear and it jumps you up to a really fast speed. It's usually almost as fast as you can go, and then I drop it back down into A for automatic, and there's usually one more gear I can go up, and then I'm at like my max speed. But you can also just sit in high gear and do that instead. It uses less fuel, but some vehicles are rather slow in high gear, which can be a real pain in the ass. But yeah, if you're in a need to really skimp on the fuel, high gear is generally a good way to go. If you're going through mud or something or up a hill, it will use a ton of fuel though, about as much as the thing will use in any other gear. But once you're on like this, like a straightaway or something, it uses peanuts. Like we're at 9.2 right now. If we go into high gear, eventually it drops it down like 3, 4, whatever. So it's a good way to save on fuel if you need to. Other than that, you just gotta play with the gears. Sometimes low gears will save you fuel, sometimes they won't. It seems to depend on the engine and the vehicle. That actually doesn't look that bad. But let's go around. Okay, this is where we make that really sharp turn. Yeah, this wasn't too bad. Going over that little pile there, yeah, it might have been a problem. So I might quit after this mission. I gotta go eat something and then, I don't know, I might work on that machine that I was talking about. Get the final setup stuff done so I can replace the other little computer with it. Or I might get started on my brake calipers, cleaning and painting and stuff. Because I want to get that done while I'm on vacation here, and I've got 2 weeks, and shit happens. Sometimes you need to order a part or something, and it can take a bit, and I'm going to need my car after vacation's over, so we do have another car, but if I'm using that, then my wife's kind of trapped in the house and can't go anywhere if she needs to or whatever, so I want to get my car all tickety-boo. So I should probably get working on that at some point here soon. I was kind of considering doing today as kind of a throwaway day, but I mean, I suppose I still could. I'm a little starving right now, but I also like to try and do the intermittent fasting deal. So, and I know from experience that if I just kind of keep going, if I push through it here, it'll just be a nothing burger. It goes away, basically. You're just not hungry after a bit. It'll come back at some point, but it'll be a couple hours, probably like my usual supper time type deal. Oh, I thought this might be the better way to go. Close enough for government work. That's what we always say. Guess I work at the government. I won't say where exactly or which level of government, but sorry. There we go. Worked there most of my life now that I think about it. I can safely say most of the time the people doing the work, not all the time, because I run into those types, But most of the time, things are very... It shouldn't be there. The people doing the work are generally pretty good and want to do a good job. There's usually a handful of people that are the ones that keep everything running. Okay, it's not going to let me pick that up, so I guess there's nothing to do there. Thought there might be, but there isn't. I was going to put it on that trailer, since I was here and had a crane. Yeah, you get the retards that just want to screw the system. Don't care, they're just there for the paycheck. And I'm going to say most of them are managers. We have had decent managers too, and team leads and stuff. But in my experience, the majority of them are a waste of space. Quite frankly, we could do away with the majority of them and things would work probably better. I've also found that the higher up you are in government, like municipal, like a city government compared to province or state or the federal government, it's like the higher up you go, the worse it is for dumbasses and lazy people and retards. Okay, why can't I? There we go. Trying to refuel there and it was like, fuck off. And it wasn't going to do it, so that was weird. I think we're almost done this mission. This particular mission, then I'll go pick up the steel for that other job. See if we can get this dude around this bad Larry. Am I Wrecker Rick now? Look at this bad Larry. Up here. There we go. Oh, don't want to run into anything. Do we have a repair place over here? No. That was back up there somewhere. Alright, let's see if we can... get her going. Get her going. Get her done. Although I do have to be cognizant of the fact that I think it was Rumble didn't like videos that were longer than 4 hours. One of my videos, I think it was 6. I did 6 hours. Oh man. I saw those bits of cement. I thought maybe I'd be safe going around on the left. Whatever. And I totally lost my train of thought. Oh well. Stupid broken roads. Sometimes high gear is good for situations like this, where you kind of got a slight incline or something, and you're in some mud. And, when you're in automatic, if the truck gets bogged down a little bit, he'll downshift it into like first gear. So you basically stop, and then you're starting over from scratch, trying to work your way up to the gears, go faster. It's kind of a pain in the ass, especially if it's doing it constantly. But sometimes, if it's not too bad, if the drag isn't too bad, you can stick it in high gear, and it'll just pull right through that at a decently high speed. So there we go, one metal beam. finally. And we are going, yes, metal beams. Back up there. I'm just wondering, do I want to try one of these? Or is that going to be a massive mistake? Or do we just try and get back down to the main road here? Yeah, that repair thing was over here. Huh. You know what? Let's try it. I'm gonna go high to keep us out of the bog down there. And we'll come up this road, go up here and here. At least I didn't need a generator. That's good. Otherwise I would have had to get another truck and bring a generator out. I mean, eventually I'm going to have to anyway, get a generator at each of these spots. Should probably put that on the to-do list. So maybe I want to do that anyway? Yeah, we're going left here, right? Yes. There we go. I should have enough fuel for this. As long as I don't keep running into stuff that damages my fuel tank and whatever. You can see how easy that would be to do. Like right there, right? The fuel tank gets pretty close to things. Bounce it into something and bang, fuel tank damage. This feels like I might be tipping over here right away. Is that a full-size tree? Yes it is. Okay, so connect to that, and if something weird happens and I start flipping, no, we're good. And that's what I mean, there are some spots on some maps where you have to, like you're basically driving on a hill, sideways almost. And you will flip over. But if there's, if they've laid it out nicely for us, there's something to winch onto on the side, and you can hook up to a tree and basically just drive along with the tree holding you from flipping right over. Yeah, I've had to do that one where you kind of have to Spider-Man your way along, connecting from one tree to the next. On the side of some really steep hill. Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking. It's doable. The annoying part too is that if you do flip over in an area like that, it's not fun trying to do a recovery there. And you pick up the whatever it is you dropped and flip your vehicle upright, and getting another vehicle into a position where you can do that. And sometimes it's, yeah, some of those spots can be a real pain in the ass. Yeah, it's a good thing I slowed down there. That looked like a spot where I would have taken some kind of damage. If you're wondering what that is, that red shit. That's the, when I put the differential lock on vehicles where it's not on all the time, you have to watch out. If your tires are spinning, like mine are right now, right? Because it's loose stuff and I'm trying to get through and I'm spinning. The differential lock works fine, no problemo. If you're driving along a road, maybe more like this, where your tires aren't spinning, over time, see there it's starting now, it's going to get redder and redder, darker, darker until it turns red. It's basically the differentials are heating up, and if it goes all red, you take damage. So I turn it off, that's why you get the red with the X's there, and turn it off. If you don't, it makes a big noise and your transmission takes damage. Okay, I see two ways to go here. And I'm thinking the one on the right, probably the one I want to do, because that looks pretty juicy there. Although this looks like it could be pretty tippy. Careful, careful. Not too bad. If you're wondering what the different deals there are on the right, AWD is all-wheel drive. If I don't have that turned on, just the back tires turn. The front ones don't. They're not connected to power. If I turn it on, all the wheels turn. Diff lock, differential lock, that makes it so that, okay, so when it's off and I get into an area where I'm kind of stuck and tires are spinning, what happens is the tires on one side of the truck where there's not a lot of grip, they'll spin, and the other side won't have any power put to it. It'll just sort of sit there. It won't spin, won't do anything. You don't get you're not getting grip, right? Because it's the tires, let's say on the right side, have grip, and they have all the weight on them and stuff, but they're not turning because all the power is going to the left wheels, which are in the slippery area, and they're spinning like crazy, but they have no grip, so you're not going anywhere. You turn on the differential lock, and it makes it so that the tires have to spin at, you can't have one side spinning and the other not. They both have to spin at the same rate, which forces those tires that have grip to actually turn, and then of course, you can move forward because you're using tires that have some grip on something. But yeah, I can, and that's in real life too. We had an Army Jeep, and you could lock the differential. You had to get out and turn the hubs, I guess. There's a little mechanical thing on the center of each of the front tires. You'd have to spin it to lock it in place, and that locked the diff, and then you could go along. But yeah, we as soon as you were out of wherever you were trying to get through, you had to turn that off again, or driving around with it could damage the front differential, and that's not something you want to do. That'd be a giant pain in the ass to fix. We never had an issue, but then yeah, we didn't drive around with it on all the time. Well, I kind of missed that vehicle. It was a really rough ride, though. Fucking Army Jeeps. I swear that the seats were full of straw and steel springs covered by canvas. Yeah, it wasn't fun. As far as that. But in general, it was kind of neat. All right, we got this one fixer-rooney. Let's get up here, drop it off. There we go. Cleared that up. Now let's move him out of the way because he's right in the road. But we'll leave him in the general area in case I need to use him for anything. Yeah, let's park him up here. It looks like a good spot. Okay. Next. Rubble and Trouble. We did not see that one. I wonder what it needs. He is the closest one, but I wonder if this one would get there quicker. Because this guy can get through shit that the other guy can't and do it faster. So we are going to try that. Huh, the road's right there. Yeah, so Rumble, basically, and it's weird, it did it the one time, and then another time I had over 4 hours, and it kept it. So I don't know what the deal was with that, but one of my streams, 6 hours and something long, and yeah, I went back, was looking, and I noticed the Rumble video that was created at the end was only 4 hours long, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I looked, and it basically cut off the first 2 hours. So it was like first in, first out kind of thing, and kept the last 4. So it was a little strange. But then, yeah, later I did another one that wasn't, maybe not 6 hours, but it was over 4 hours, and that one it didn't have a problem with. So I don't know. First world problems. Yeah, this guy's, yeah. Sorry about that. Trying to, we're not going that way. Seriously. Oops, not refuel, repair. But, yes, do I care? Should've just went through there. Because as I always tell people, I just stream for the hell of it. Not doing it for the money, not doing it to replace my job. Maybe someday when I retire, maybe I'll try and get monetized. I don't know. By then they'll probably be locking things down so much I won't be able to do anything. They'll probably have me locked up because of my views. You know, I might say, I hate the government, and that'll be like 2 years in jail just for saying that. And I'm only half joking, because I do think that's where we're headed. Some of the laws that they've been bringing in around the planet, different countries. Okay, what do you need? What do you need, my friend? Trouble in trouble. Cement again, which means... Oh. Wait a minute. Start tracking. It only needs a metal beam. Ah. Alright. We could do that. Just getting this guy out of the way. Do I want to use that guy again? He's probably closer than grabbing another one from the garage, so I guess we could do that. Alright, so back this way we go. Let's go this way again. We can grab some fuel. Back through that mess, up to here. And then we'll decide how we're gonna get back. I hate that. You get close to a building, it like jumps the camera up into the air. It's a little discombobulating. I don't know if it's because I do these Snowrunner streams or what, but the algorithms are always pointing me towards stuff like, yeah, like Wrecker Rick, or these guys that restore old trucks, you know, like, oh, there's a 1967 Peterbilt something or other, it's been sitting for 20 years, can we get it running? I'm not complaining, they're actually kind of interesting videos. But they are a lot of them. I suppose once you watch one, that's all it takes. I think I talked about this earlier. Yeah, I got a 69 Buick running once. Buick Skylark Custom. Aussie track. My dad bought it for $3,000. New, way back. $3,000 for a new car. I think the house was like 10. It's amazing how expensive things have gotten. And you know what? It isn't that things are more expensive. In some cases it is, but for the most part it's because our money is worth less. And I've talked a lot about that in previous videos. They steal the value of our money. That's inflation. They print off money that has no work. Money equals work. Always remember that. Money equals work. Work equals money. It's the when you get paid, it's a compensation for the work that you did. So it's work. And then you can pay somebody else for the work they did, whether it's a service or a product, for the work they did, for, you know, with that money that equals work. So it's like for like. That's the whole point of currency. But then you get these assholes, these bankers, and they see opportunity there to steal, and they do. They print off money which has no work behind it. Well, very little compared to, you know, if you print off $1,000 bill, did it take $1,000 of work to make that bill? No. But you get the idea. So they print off money, no work involved, and then put it out in the real world. And I used to wonder, well, to get it into circulation, someone has to spend it on something. So somebody's paying someone with fake monopoly money almost that's worthless. It is at that point, right? It's worthless money. It has no work involved in it until that person actually does some work and gives it value. So that's part of the scam. They don't spend it themselves. They loan it to people. And then those people add value, but through the work that they do, whatever it is that they're doing with that loan. But and it gets it out there in the population. But that waters down the money that's out there, waters down the work that's already been done and the money that exists. Hence the reason things cost more. You know, instead of $20, it's now $40 for whatever it is, because it's still worth that original $20 worth of work. It's just now the money, $20 is only worth about $10 of work, so you need twice as much of it. I know it's kind of hard to wrap your head around, but once you get it, it makes sense. But yes, they loan it out, and then they get interest on that. So it's you know, they make money out of nothing, give it to people, and then get paid interest on that. So they're still stealing from us. I mean, it's just, but nobody knows, and they'll give you a bunch of flowery, hard to understand financial bullshit, you know, to mind boggle you into thinking, okay, well, these people must know what they're talking about. They, you know, financial experts and all this bullshit. And yeah, it's the whole system there is geared towards stealing from us, stealing wealth. And wealth isn't just the paper money; it's what that money is based on. It's what it's about, the work. And that is something they really need to teach in schools. And if people knew shit like this, yeah, but they don't. Most people have no clue. I didn't have a clue. That and so much more. People are just ignorant, and they take advantage of that, and they make sure that we are ignorant. Ignorant being we don't know, Stupid is when you're told something and you just can't figure it out. Like you know, that's stupid. Ignorant is not knowing in the first place. We're going to take our time going through here. I don't want to get dinged up again. Okay, here we go. But this is where we're going. Oh, the icy roads too. All-wheel drive will help you there. Gives you a little more grip. And by the way, in real life, or actually even in this game, having all-wheel drive doesn't mean you're not going to get stuck. It helps, but if your tires have shit grip, it doesn't matter if all 4 of them are turning or just 2. You're not going anywhere. So it's probably more important to have decent tires, front and back. Some people will just put them on, like if you're rear wheel drive, they think, well, I just need, you know, to put them there, so they'll just have winter tires on the rear and not on the front or something. But think about it, like if you're driving and you're turning, those front tires need to have grip. If you don't have any grip, you'll just, you know, you can turn the wheel and nothing happens. You just keep going straight kind of thing. So, and if you put just winter tires on the front, not the back, you have similar issue. If you're going around a corner or something, your back end might slide out on you. You know, if it doesn't have the grip, it'll just start sliding around. It's not good. So if you're doing winter tires, always make sure you do all the tires. You'll save yourself so much grief. Okay, so this time, so I went this way the last time, which was okay, but I could go this way, or I could just go back this way and around, which might actually be better. It's longer, but I think it's going to be faster. So we're going to do that. We're going to grab gas again too. And yes, head up here and hit that. Not crazy about Bitcoin anymore either. That was compromised by the government, the US government actually. US military, specifically, believe it or not. In 2015, and if you look at the value of Bitcoin, you'll see that it was, the value was climbing and climbing and climbing, and then about 2015, things started happening. And that's because there's the transaction deal part of the Bitcoin deal, right? So it costs a certain amount of Bitcoin or whatever to do a transaction, and it takes a certain amount of time, right? And sometimes if there's a lot of people using it, man, I'm gonna need repairs so bad here. If there's a lot of people doing transactions at the same time, it can take 30 minutes or something to actually, you know, you want to buy something with Bitcoin and it has to go through the whole process. That is because of the government. They took it. Oh, let's be careful through here. Oh my god, even going slow. But you just can't win here. That might have been worse because I'm actually carrying a heavy load this time through there. Anyway. They changed it so that the amount of data that can be processed at one time is set at a specific amount. basically. It used to be, you know, with computers increasing in speed and whatever, that could be bumped up. Like right now, it might take no time at all, right? If they hadn't fucked around. But yeah, transactions could be super fast. But no, because they got meddled in it, and they did it on purpose to make it less convenient for people to use. Because, you know, it's a threat to the banking system. Because Bitcoin in particular is it is a good idea. It's not controlled by the central banks and all that shit, so they can't change the value of it. Though, yeah, I've heard another thing too. They're going to be using those AI centers to mine out tons of Bitcoin, or as much as they can get their hands on. Because the less there is, the harder it is, the more processing it takes to get them. That's why back in the day you could mine it pretty easy, and now it takes like a supercomputer to get anything. And it's expensive for power and stuff, right? Of course, you know, these fucking AI centers, what's the deal with that? They're using taxpayer dollars to do a lot of that too, which, again, what the hell? Like, these companies can't do it themselves? Why is, I don't know. They find excuses for why that we need to pump money into these things. But anyway, yeah, so Bitcoin was kind of fucked. And another thing they're doing too, because Bitcoin can be tracked, that the transactions can all be tracked or traced back to specific people and what you did with it. That's not great. There are ways around this. However, if you try and use one of them, and I mean, it shouldn't be a problem. It's just a privacy thing, right? But they can use a somewhat legitimate excuse saying, well, we need to know because, you know, criminal enterprises use this to hide what they're doing or whatever. Okay, that's true. That's great, whatever. You can track the bad guys, but they can track everybody. Everybody. And the way things are going, like, these governments want to know who's got what and where you're spending it. And, you know, if it's something they don't like, they can come after you, like, okay, you're hanging out with people who don't like the government. Or, like say China or something, although we're all heading in that direction. But, which way do we go here? Oh yeah, there was that little road that went around the side. Or the one that goes straight through. This didn't seem that bad. I'm gonna go back this way. But yeah, I don't like to be tracked. I don't want them knowing how much money I have. It's none of their fucking business. Because that's another thing they'll be able to track through your transactions and stuff. But yeah, there's ways to obscure that or hide it. But when you move your money into one of these things, fucking what the hell is it called? Oh, there was a number of things. But anyway, if you do one of them, they'll see that you did that and know how much you put in there. Because that transaction will still be tracked, that initial transaction. And they can come after you for that, for money laundering or whatever charges. And some of that stuff is like big time fines or jail time. Like, they've got you. It's like, you gotta stick small amounts in when you can, and untraceable, or they won't care. You know, if it's 10 grand or so, or I think that's about what it is right now. Then they're more interested. They keep track of that stuff a lot closer. The other stuff, not so much. But that's going to be changing soon too, if it hasn't already. Alright. Let's get this guy out of the way. So, I don't trust Bitcoin. It's an interesting idea, but yeah, somehow they got in there and fucked with it. So that the transactions are expensive and time consuming. That doesn't need to be the case. That's the US military apparently did that, and thank you very much for fucking us all. What was that? Let's see here. Running on empty was the... Yes, the trailer over there I have to take. Could do that. Doesn't really get me anything. Some cabins. The planks that I can't do anything with. Okay, let's see what we got here. Delivering water over there. Oops, don't care about that. All boarded up. Just gives me money. God damn it. Electricity in the air. Okay, that doesn't give me any. I'm just looking for stuff that's going to give me. Oh, this gives me a truck. Oh, but it's on one of the other zones. So we're not going to do that one just yet. Soaking up the sun. Bum bum. Fix my ride. Okay, that'll give me a refuel and repair down here, but I can't get to this spot yet. Unless there's a way across over here somewhere, but I don't see any roads. I gotta figure out how to get this thing going. So we're gonna leave that one for now. Same thing, can't get there. Trailer access, flatlands, so that's one of the other zones. Oops. We're not there yet. Warehouse, yeah, can't get there. Bridging the gap. Oh, is this? No. Oh, okay, so that gets us across this bridge. Cement and metal beams. I think we can do this. Disassembled caterpillar. The fuck is that? Okay, so I'm dropping stuff off. Okay, so there's some cement here. What are we making here? Concrete and cement. Okay. It's got some already made. It's nice. I think I'll bring a generator there anyway. And then down here, for the metal beams, what would it be? 3 metal beams and 4 cement, and then this trailer, which is... Oh. Why is it showing this? Do I have to go there? Oh no, here we go. Okay. So this trailer and some parts. Okay, we can do that. Pretty sure this guy cannot take that. Oh, this isn't a truck I can get anyway. It's not mine. I hate that. Okay, so I need a truck with saddle low. So we'll do that first, I think. We'll grab this trailer and we'll take it down. Let's see. I don't think these tractors have a low saddle. No, I'm pretty sure they don't. This guy will, though. Zoop. Saddle low. Might give him a crane, too. Yeah, why not? Comes in handy more than not. Hello, map. There we go. So we're going up the road here, all the way up. Grab that. And we're coming back. Back down the road. Yeah, okay. Past here, we'll go the long way around. This road will be easier. See, it's a good thing we opened that up. Makes it a little easier. Although it looked like getting around there wasn't that hard, but okay, I don't know why you would want to deliver that there, but I guess we'll do it. Oh, disassembled caterpillar. Okay, yeah. Because I have one of those vehicles. They just have one on that trailer. That's right, I just remembered that that was on the trailer that we're going to pick up. Now, Will it take damage? So stupid. So that set of wheels behind the cab there, it's raised up and they have no power. They're just free spinning. Those are there just to kind of raise the truck up a little bit when you put them down. It doesn't help you when you're driving around like I am right now. It actually makes it a little bit more difficult to get through areas because your tires have less grip because you're kind of pushed up off the ground a bit. But if you have a big trailer and it's getting hung up on stuff, sometimes raising up the truck, the front part here, will raise up the back a bit and help you to get through things a little easier. It also protects you a little bit when you're going over really high-centered stuff, so you don't bottom out right there. Those tires are, will roll right as you go over something. So it's nice for that. Like right there kind of thing, right? But that's why they're spinning. They've been hitting the ground a little bit, even though they're up in the air. Oh, it's a nice little deep pit right there. I haven't seen it yet on this map, but sometimes there are spots like that where you can be just driving along like this through some mud and it just goes really deep on one side and you're like screwed. Flip over or whatever, it's like, yeah, that's nice. Little hidey spot in the mud that you can't see until you're right on top of it and then it's too late. So, but I haven't seen that in a while. I'm really thinking I did some of the hardest maps, but already. Because I've been doing them in sequence, and some of them are, special. I was going to say, we must be getting close. Don't get stuck here. I'm not sure there's anything I can hang on to. Those trees sticking out of the water there are, you can winch onto them, but they're almost useless. They just pop out right away. Spots like that are annoying. Where you can get yourself bogged in there and then there's no way out. No winch points. You got to bring in another truck at that point. No, it's not a cat. Yeah, this guy's tires are not the best for mud, are they? They're okay, but this is the best. I know they're the best tires I can get for this truck, but mud-wise, they're not really great. This isn't the same, no. Similar. That's a cat, though. This is a, what do they call this? Western Star? Trailer's like hopping in anticipation. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, that vehicle's kind of useless too, the one that I'm towing there. Got one of those, it's interesting, but it's annoying too. I'm gonna make a nice wide. I knew we were gonna get caught on that. I want to do a nice wide spin around here to try and get out without getting stuck in the gate there as we head out. this might be fun. Let's try going this way. I was going to say it's a little bit better, but... Oh, that might be the trailer being hung up. See? Raises the trailer up a bit. Might make things a little easier. See, that's one of those shit trees. Yeah. However, this one should work. Wow, the trailer's really stuck. Well, shit. Oh, wait, I can attach that? Alright, we're still good. Wow, this fucker is really heavy. What else do we got here? I can attach to... Oh, that works. Let's do, too far. Alright. Oh, wait, could probably attach to that. Yep. Now I should be close enough to attach to... Well, nope. I was hoping to attach to, yeah, that one up there. Fucking low trailers. Thank God for trees. It's going to be a little bit of a slog. Felt like we had a little more grip there for a bit. I bet if I lower this... except that guy... man... If it's lower, I get better grip, but the trailer gets stuck up on stuff easier. least there's lots to connect to here. Can't connect to that. Come on. Got the heavy duty winch in this thing too. I just did not expect this thing to be this heavy. I might actually run out of fuel before we get to back to the garage. Yikes. Yikes. What is this? I'm glad this isn't real life. I think I might be a wee bit frustrated. Careful here, I don't get too close to this tree going around this turn, but it should be okay. Wow. Anything? Yes. Eventually I can hook up to the other one, but I don't want to pull the truck over to the right too much, cut the turn too much there, and this thing will get hung up on this one tree right here. Yeah, thank God for all these trees. Except for that. I was watching a video of a guy who went to Taiwan recently. Asus set him up with some stuff. It was basically a sponsored trip, and because they were based out of Taiwan. Oh, come on, can't get going now. And it always bugs me a little bit how how nice everything the roads are. That didn't seem to make sense. Now I'm thinking back what I just said. How nice the roads are in these places. Taiwan, Japan, Vietnam. they have really nice roads for the most part in their cities and stuff. And I realize they're not winter cities. Well, Japan has some snow. But yeah, their roads are in great shape. So that's number one. Like, roads here are just fucking shit. They increased our taxes another 6% in the city here this year, and I mean, the roads are worse than they've ever been. I don't know where the money's going. It ain't being spent on us, that's for sure. Or for things that matter. Little pet projects and bullshit, but I didn't vote for the retard. But yes, their roads are nice, and everything's clean. And another thing that kind of bugs me is it's safe. It is so safe. Like, we used to be there maybe 10 years ago. You could go walking around downtown at night if you wanted to. It wasn't a big deal. Like, who cares? Now, during the daytime, it's not safe. There's fucking druggies and drunks and losers and bums and criminals and shit all over the place. Because they keep bringing them in. Yeah, everybody's so friendly in these other places too. I mean, we're generally friendly, I guess, but still. It's a pet peeve. It irks me that things are as bad as they are. Oh, that's weird. See a little branch there, and he's like hanging in it, pulling me along. Double check. I hope this is the right road. Yep. It just didn't feel this long. This long before. Jesus. Come on. Oh, I bet you the trailer's hung up. Well, we have our ways around that too, I hope. No. Wow. Oh, shit, doesn't even want to budge. Look at the tires down, right? Yeah. Not making much of a difference. Well, it's raising my front end off the ground, which might be a problem. Wait a minute. Could use a helping hand here. We're moving a little bit to the left there. Our right. What am I doing? Clicking the wrong buttons, that's what I'm doing. Holy shit, even he can't push us off. This is crazy. Let's see, do we have something on the other side we can connect to? Maybe this little twig here will be nice enough to not come out of the ground. Awesome. And then there it goes. Ah, fuck. Okay, I don't think this tree is gonna do it. Oh, wait, it's another one of these stupid little twigs. Come on. If I don't let off, he might stay where he is. If I let off, he'll loosen up and maybe do something weird like flip over me like the other one did. Shit. Okay. Good, he's still there. What to do? Before we run out of fuel here. Wow, I'm gonna have to bring in one of the big trucks, I think. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get it close enough. And attach. See, kind of moved it over a bit. Come on. Or are we going to get stuck on the other side of the hill? Okay, let's try this again. I don't know what's there. Let's see what happens. Right, that's that little bastard I pulled out earlier. Come on, you piece of crap. Let's try a farther away one. Sometimes distance helps. Yeah, there we go. So now... Come on. Yeah, these lowboy trailers are such a pain in the ass. They just get caught on everything. You need like a really tall truck to help keep the trailer up off the ground. Okay, you're not helping, mister. Come on, come on, let's go. Pull us through. Oh, come on, we were going. Oh, you're a piece of crap, aren't you? That's not gonna reach. Wait a minute. Maybe that little stupid twig will help me again. Come on, get stuck on something. Yes. Come on, pull. Alright, plan 2. Plan B, whatever. Okay, so he's not going to be able to do it. So, let's bring out one of the big boys. Let's see. Oh, but he doesn't have a low saddle. Shit, I remember that. Ooh. I bet he does. No. God damn it. That's not what I wanted to do. Fuck off. Let's see, is that these guys? No. Heavy duty? Maybe. Heavy and heavy duty. I think it's heavy. I bet you this guy can do it. He's kind of the go-to for all these weird, messy jobs. Let's put on the crane just for the hell of it. Although that moved the saddle back, didn't it? Yeah, it's a little higher right there without the crane. Alright. Wait a minute. That's what the crane... Oh, that was... I'm looking at the... That's the saddle high. It doesn't change shit. Alright, we're gonna leave it there. So I think we're fairly close here. No, that guy took damage going through here. I don't think this guy will. Nope. Yeah. Like he'll still have a time of it getting this thing through areas, but it'll be easier by far than the other truck. Like I'm not even in low gear and this thing's still chugging along. Okay, high gear's working. I was gonna say it might be a little too much. It might be up. It's gonna spin the tires there, do nothing. Yeah, and if this guy was having trouble through here, and he got him off that easy, right? But this is having trouble with that other truck. Even after I got him out of there, if I did, he would have had a hell of a time coming through this area. I'd still be screwed big time. All right. Okay, I thought this might be the area that had the broken up bits of road, but it doesn't. Yeah, I'm glad I brought this guy. Even he's having issues, so, and he's one of the Uber vehicles in the game. So. Saving some time now. Okay, made it through there without knocking all that shit off that trailer. I was a little worried about that for a second. Uh-oh. Nope, we're good. Might have actually been that tree that was holding us up a little bit there for a sec. Come on, Duder, we can do this. It's weird, it doesn't feel like Saturday. don't know what it does feel like, but it doesn't feel like Saturday. Okay, this little bump here we're probably going to get the trailer hung up on. Nope. North Carolina, that's where we're at. Apparently some of the richest lithium deposits on the planet are here. This thing must be like super, super heavy. Because normally this guy can pull anything through just about anything. I mean, look, he's raising the back end up on that thing, so he's got some power. This can't, well, let's see here. Here we go. Getting close. There's the bridge right there. And hopefully this thing disappears. Nope. Oh, it just disappeared off the list on the right there, but... okay, I need to move this thing out of the way, so let's take it... over here. Because I don't know if it's going to disappear when this job is done, or if it's just going to stay here and on the map in the way and be a giant pain in the ass. Four cement, 3 metal beams. Okay, so the cement is here, I believe. 4 cement. Where are you? Looking for the twin steer. That's not what I was looking for. That's what I'm looking for. There he is. Alright, going up the road. Wait a minute. How much cement do we have here, I wonder? 4. They also wanted cement over there for something. And maybe that trailer. Okay, so we're going to leave that alone. I'm not going to touch that. Okay, and then back down this road. Now this guy, he's fast. He's tippy, but he's fast. Let's see if he'll bust some shit in here, you know? And one of the things I like about these big old vehicles is they're easy to work on. And in terms of everything's accessible, reasonably accessible, lots of room to get at everything, and they're relatively simple machines as well. I mean, really, you see these videos like I was talking about with these dudes, they're getting these old diesel engines going. I mean, they've been sitting there forever, and they just like, some of them they barely have to do anything to them, and they just start up. It's like, it's because the diesel is an oil, and we'll back into that. So in a normal engine, you have oil underneath, keeping the pistons and stuff all lubricated. In a diesel, you've got that, plus the fuel on the top of the pistons is also lubricating things because it's an oil. Cement. 4 cement. Away we go. That's all the cement there was here, so I'm definitely going to need a... shit. Can't turn there. Gonna need a generator out here. To make more. 3 metal beams is going to take 6 spots. So I think when I come to that, I'm going to take one of the... there's trailers with six spots on them, plus fuel and repair supplies. So I'm going to take one of the vehicles that can handle that and send that up there and get those 3 beams all at once. And yeah. This guy's pretty good at getting through anything. His only downfall, no winch or no trailer hook up, so he can't take any trailers other than like towing them with a winch or something. Yeah, we'll go this way. That way's a little drier, but it's a little more tippy, and this guy's, that's one of his downfalls. He's very tippy. You'll notice sometimes the vehicles that are like this have the cab can rotate separate from the rear. As in, you know, if you're tipping the cab right or left here, the whole vehicle doesn't tip. But with this one, it's all one big body, so if the front's tipping or the back's tipping, the whole vehicle will tip. And that's one of the main reasons why he's got a problem with tipping over. So you gotta be real careful with him sometimes. He also eats fuel. He loves his fuel. But yeah, he can get through pretty much anything. You pretty much gotta find all the upgrades for him though to get him to the optimal like he is right now. This is as good as it gets with this guy. Biggest engine, best suspension, best wheels. Oh shit. Just what I was talking about. It does not take much to flip him over. Because those back wheels went up over something and that was that. Oh, it was almost that was that. That's the scary thing too. You could be going along and it seems like everything's good and then all of a sudden, boop, he's on his side. But yeah, the all-wheel drive and the locking differential I think were also upgrades you had to find with this dude, or for him. So yeah, base model that you find, he's good, but he's not great. But after you get him all set up, yeah, he's pretty decent. Alrighty. For now, I'm going to leave him out here, because he might come in handy for something else in the area. Okay, metal beams. Oh shit, I need a trailer. We do not have a trailer. Dealy, it's over here. Ugh, fuck, that means I gotta drive all the way out here to get this fucking trailer. Not this trailer, but a trailer. No. You know, let's take him. He didn't get his chance because. Yeah. And oops, does he have a? He doesn't have a crane. It's a little crane. Wait, what was that? Spare wheel. Do I care? Sure, why not? Except for him, I'm going to take a shortcut. Because he can do it with his eyes closed. This is another guy that can pretty much get through anything. You find this one in the game. I think it was Alaska. He was in, like, there was a crashed UFO. And he was in this radiated zone. You had to get him out of there and fix him up and stuff. But yeah, he's a good vehicle to have. Very good. Decent on fuel, has lots of spare fuel and repair supplies. Tough, can get through just about anything fast. He's not as long as his big brother, which was the one I had out earlier. You have to pay for that one with real money. I think it's $5 or something. He's worth it too. But yeah, as far as in-game, this guy you can find. Okay, let's be a little careful here. I'm gonna do some engine damage or something banging on these rocks. Nope. Oh, if I didn't mention it before, yeah, I'm running this, yeah, I did. Well, running this on Linux Mint. It's a Windows game. Running it via Steam. If you want to get into that too, you'll have to check out, what the hell is it called? ProtonDB online. I think it's protondb.com. They give you all kinds of information about how to set up the games to work, or whether that, you know, maybe just works right out of the box. Just hook it up and go. Sometimes there's a little tiny bit of config that you need to do in Steam or whatever to get the game working, but usually it's minor. But yeah, so Linux Mint, and it's PC. I've got, well, it's 64 gigs of RAM, and oh, I can't remember. It's an AMD processor. Oh, that was close. Oh, how am I going to do this? It's a really long trailer. Can I get out through there and around? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Fucking buildings. So you need room behind the vehicle to put these things on sometimes. Okay, that's the 6. Yeah. Alright, let's see if we can get her out of here. But yeah, AMD processor, AMD video card, GPU. So my point being, you don't need to spend a fortune on a gaming system. Well, let's try and get back without the, yeah. Like, I might have 64 gigs of RAM and stuff, but you don't need that. 8 or 16 is probably good enough. I mean, more is going to be better, but yeah, these days it's so fucking expensive. But then again, Linux, like I said, is very efficient, so you can probably get some things working in Linux far better than you could on a machine running Windows. So if you have an older gaming system, you could try setting that up and see how she goes. And don't throw your shit out. Old computers and stuff, unless it's like totally ratched. The way things are going, yeah. Buying a new system might be a thing of the past. In the near future, it's going to be like the Soviet Union. Rationing everything. I mean, I keep parts for my car, all my old parts, if they're usable. Because I know someday I'm going to have a hard time getting replacements. And if I have a part that just needs a little bit of cleaning or whatever, some fixing, little, you know, maybe like I have one or two that might need some, there's a circuit that needs to be soldered or something. I guess these are all really good skills to have too, which is another thing they don't want people to use or have, because they don't want us to be independent. It's a big deal for them. They want us to be dependent on them for everything. So if you're a independent type person, yeah, they don't like you much. That includes homeschooling and stuff. I mean, they try and make jokes about it. Oh, homeschooling kids are all weird and socially awkward. Not really the case. Depends, right? But generally, they're just, it's advertising. They want all the kids going to public schools because they control the schools and the curriculum, which for the most part is a lot of bullshit. I mean, back in the, what was it, 40s and 50s, you could learn Greek at school as a second language or something, or Latin. Nowadays, not a lot of that going on. But you do get to learn about all the bazillion different genders there can be, and stupid political bullshit like that. Learning how to fix a car, or how government really works, or money, or any of that stuff, no. That's something they don't want you to know. How about what happened to the founding fathers? You should look it up. It wasn't good. A lot of them had really bad endings and really shit lives because of the British government at the time. Those guys gave up a lot. And now the Constitution is pretty much toilet paper. The government often does whatever it wants, or these rich assholes do whatever they want. They're above the law, and they're always trying to change things. And we have the same thing up here in Canada. We have rules in place. It doesn't matter to them. They're above the law, right? But when it comes to us, well, you better obey. And even then, they'll make up shit on the spot or twist rules. And Jesus Christ, hard time getting around there. Okay, so I think we're just going down to the end of this road. Let's get the metal beams. Oh, I'm probably going to need... Need something? Oh, fuck me. I should have grabbed it while I was there. Right. We need a generator. And I'm not going to finish what I was talking about because it's a black pill. Nobody wants to be black pilled. Good to know that stuff though. The good thing about this is that this machine can make the trip in no time, so that's good. The more I drive through these areas, the worse they're going to get. At least until I leave the map and come back. They might reset after game reset too, I don't know. Unless there's a vehicle near you, then they remember, but with no vehicle sitting right here or no trailer that I own, when I go out and come back in, it should restore that to default. So all my tracks through there will disappear. It's actually a good thing to know if you're playing this game, because sometimes some of these well-run areas in the really muddy pits can get really bad. So yeah, you don't want a trailer or a car parked next to that, because it'll never reset. And it just gets worse every other time somebody drives through. Or every time, I guess. But yeah, no vehicle or trailer that you own parked there, and you leave the map or you turn the game on and off, and the areas get reset. So that's good. Good. Now I smell something. Smells like roast chicken. Oh man. If I haven't mentioned it already, I haven't eaten since this morning, and it is 2 o'clock. 2:06, and I am fucking starving. But I'm gonna hold off until... Oh, there we go. Generator. Hold off until supper. And I was doing good. I wasn't even hungry. Had that moment of super hunger there that went away, and then now I can smell food, so it's sort of coming back. Oh man, it's like, so I have an egg, a smoker. I don't know if you see, like the big green egg, but not. It's a Komodo Joe or something. Anyway, yeah, you put charcoal in it and you can smoke meats and stuff, and man, it takes like hours, right? You gotta put that stuff out there and let it go, and while it's cooking, right, you can smell it, and oh my god, it smells so fucking good. So you're gonna suffer for a couple hours while your fucking meat's on the smoker, and probably killing everybody in the area too. All my neighbors are probably just salivating. It's so good. It's too bad you can't eat the smell. It's like, But yeah, it makes you suffer for it, and then you finally have some. Got a bunch of different woods you can use for the smoking, you know, hickory and mesquite and I think there's like walnut and apple and cherry and different woods for different types of meat apparently. I don't know. I think it's preference. And how do you know until you've tried it? And then unless you've got them all together, it's would you remember? Oh, and then there was beech and there might have been peach and stuff too. I don't know how you get peach wood, but that's what was that used for? I don't even know. I don't know how much that adds either to the taste. I mean, it must, but I mean, generally you've got the wood itself, which can be oak and stuff. Sometimes the charcoal lasts a surprisingly long time too. It's kind of nice. I love this vehicle. Let's try going through this way. Starting to get a little bogged down here. Ooh, thunder. And I think I'm going to stop in at the garage to refuel. I was going to go through there, but fuck it, we'll take the road around here. Yeah, I heard the thunder. I think I saw this morning there might be a tornado warning for central Alberta here. I know Saskatchewan's getting the shit kicked out of it for that right now. They got some bad storms. They're right next door to us. Alrighty. It's a little long, but I think we can do it. Got really dark. Lots of thunder. My wife's running around closing windows. Just in case. Fuck, I miss going outside. I have so many things I need to do. Well, I mean, I cut the grass, but it's... the mosquitoes are unbelievable. You just step out into the grass and you're surrounded by like 100 of them right off the bat, and I'm not kidding. They're just... I've got a bug zapper out there, one of those lights, and there's like a pile underneath it. I don't know where, they just keep coming. It's getting annoying. I bought a bug suit, which I'm thinking will be here early next week. Amazon didn't have any tracking on it. They said to check with the supplier or whatever, which is kind of annoying, but okay. That was a little scary. I don't know if you guys could hear that one. That was loud. But yeah, it'll look stupid, but I don't care. I'm like, I don't know, a steak and a baked Alaska all together. The mosquitoes fucking love me. They just fucking love me. Okie dokie. Yeah, if you're going for a walk, you definitely want to be with me, because you'll be, you might have 1 or 2 mosquitoes on you, and I'll be collecting everything else. Okay, so this is where we're getting... This is where we're getting the cement from, is it not? Well, good. Hopefully it just goes right by. I cannot turn around here. Well, I can back it out if I need to. Which I will. Okay. Wind's picking up. It's starting to rain. A lot. Oh shit, is that hail? That's what I really don't want, is a bunch of hail to destroy everything in my backyard, all the fruit and stuff that I've been trying to keep protected from the fucking insects this year. And the last thing I need is a giant storm coming through and just wiping everything out. Oh man. Looks like it's just pea-sized so far. Sorry. Just looking out the window. And not a lot of it yet. I can hear it bouncing off the eaves and the side of the house. Ooh, fuck. Hail stop, but holy shit is it pouring right now. Whoa, shh. Okay. That was a scary gust of wind, holy fuck. For a half second there I thought there was a tornado just... Holy shit. I should be showing you guys what's going on outside my window right now. Oh my god. Yeah, I just had a moment of jump up and run downstairs to the basement. It was that windy, there was this huge gust, the trees were just like... And I'm not the panicking type, but holy Christ, that was It was like, whoa. Oh, I need metal beams. Why am I... Why am I here? Idiot stick. But I did need to bring a generator, I think. Metal beams. Oh, I need a generator here too, don't I? 3 metal rolls. Metal beams. Generator. You know what? Okay, so let's... That was fast. The sun's coming out. It's still pouring like crazy. But I'm guessing the storm probably just blew through like that fast. Yeah. Did you see that gust of wind? Holy shit. Yeah. Eh. As long as it's not super hail or tornado, I'm good. Let's bring out another big truck. I don't want to... You know what? Let's bring out him. I wonder if this is going to be a mistake. Can I even hook up a normal trailer to this thing? Let's not do that. I want to drive all the way there and then find out I'm screwed. We'll take the Dan. Bouncy. Let's see. What do we want to put on this? Or do I want to put anything on it at all? Yeah, you know what? Does he have... Yes, he does. Does he have a crane that I can bring? Nope. Okay. You'll find this guy too on one of the maps. He's not too bad. Yep, there we go. Rain's just about stopping and the sun's almost all the way out. Fuck, that was spooky as fuck. I guess my wife's saying this storm is... She's checking it out on the radar maps and it's moving really fast. And I mean, it came through here and there was this huge gust of wind that was like, holy fuck. Freak you out. Totally super windy. Like what you see on those, you know, the videos of a tornado going through. It's like, holy Christ, it almost blew the trees down across the road. And then it was gone and there's just a ton of rain and... Oh, there's some lightning. That was bright. Yeah, I don't mind thunderstorms at all. I just don't want to get hit by lightning. I don't want a tornado, and I don't want super hail that destroys stuff. Other than that, well, and I guess, you know, if you get a super rainstorm. Oh yeah, so this guy, he's good, and then he's not. Oh wait, suspension. Well, that helps a little bit. I'm not pushing through the mud as much. But he's one, yeah, you definitely have to get all the upgrades. Like you can see right there, raising the suspension upgrade, you really need that, because he's kind of low and he's always pushing his front into the dirt and getting stuck everywhere. And yeah, sometimes he's really good and other times he's a big pain in the ass. This is where I was thinking, should I bring the fuel tank? But when I bring them out there, I can leave them there, and those generators use power when you're building stuff at those spots, or they use fuel. So it's usually good to have a fuel truck towing it along to where you go, because then if you need the fuel, you're good. You've got it right there. Plus, that spot's way over on the other side of the map. And it's just good to have a truck over there that, or, you know, a fuel source that you can use if you need it. So that's why I decided to bring the fuel tank. but the weight might be a bit of an issue here. I think once I get up here too, I'm going to check online, check the map, and see if there is another way across the bottom part there that I might be able to use. Hopefully it's not bad. I didn't see any roads, but it doesn't mean I can't do it. Because it'd be a nice shortcut to that spot instead of having to go all the way around. Yay, actually doesn't really matter, there's a repair shop up here. And that's one of this guy's downfalls too, I guess. He doesn't carry supplies, which kind of sucks. And he's got all that room right behind the cab there. You can put some stuff on top. Oh, I know what that smell is. My wife's cooking ribs. I wonder if she's using the barbecue. Probably not. She didn't want to go out in the rain. It's been raining a little bit off and on all day. I mean, you can use the barbecue outside, but I actually prefer the ribs in the barbecue are so much better than they are on the stove or the oven there. There's something about that. It's just tastes so good. Probably because that's how our ancestors ate meat for most of our existence on this planet, probably, which is a very long time. So genetically, we're probably geared towards liking the taste of cooked meat over a fire, right? Yeah, that's the other thing. There's campfire popcorn. Oh man, that was so good. When I was a kid, we had this, you know, you have the wiener sticks. It's like a metal rod and you stick your hot dog on the end and you stick it over the fire. It was similar to that, but it had like a little mesh wire cage at the end that you put popcorn into. And it was weird. The kernels didn't pop. There we go, fully repaired. The kernels wouldn't pop as puffy. They were much smaller, but the campfire smell just added something. It was so fucking good. They were so good. You smother those fuckers in butter and salt, and now I want popcorn. I should get one of those things. Alright, another generator. Okay, I'm just gonna pause it there for a half second. Just give me a second. Where is my... There it is. There... No. I'm gonna say no. Doesn't look like there's a way across. The water looks pretty deep and it's got rocky shores everywhere where you can't drive over it, so that blows. Alright, shrink that, go back to here. So back we go. I guess that's this game, eh? You get the initial setup, takes forever. Lots of back and forth. And it's weird, sometimes I have a hankering to play like American Truck Simulator or something, but I don't know. I get playing it and then it's it's not as interesting as this game. It's you can almost fall asleep to it type game. I don't know how the truck drivers do it. I used to love driving. Just in general. I mean, when I was a kid, I was driving when I was 4. I have a story about that. But, sort of. But as soon as I could reach the pedals when I was 7, yeah, because I grew up on a farm, so I was driving everything from, the trucks and the tractors and all of it. Out in the field baling hay once when I was 12. Out all day, came in, got off the tractor, put my arms by my side, and it was like, ow! And I looked down and my arms were fucking purple. They were so burnt. I didn't even notice. It was so, it's focused on the job. That wasn't good. Nothing bad ever happened from it. I don't think my arms are fine now. Cancer or something, but because it was bad. It was really, really bad. I was burned. Man, was I burned. I mean, I'm 50% redhead, so my dad was a redhead. Me, I don't know what I am. Don't know what I am. Irish and Scottish. My dad was Irish, my mom was Scottish. Not from those countries, but genetically. So I've got dark hair, well, brownish, and green eyes, tall. But it's the fair skin thing, right? So I had a lot more freckles when I was a kid. Just, above the cheeks and around the nose and stuff. Oh, shit. Man. If something had to get hit, why did it have to be the gas tank? I mean, I've got gas on me, but even when I'm parked now, this thing will be leaking, losing fuel. Oh, I don't want to go that way. Well, let's go this way. Let's see how it goes. Okay, he's doing not too bad. But yeah, being fair-skinned, prone to burning. Especially if you're sitting out all day in the sun. Oh man. Yeah, I remember being worried about that. I thought, oh man. That was a burn and a half. As far as real burns, let's see, I've burnt myself. Well, you touch stuff like frying pans and things. I've done that. Not very often, but I mean, you learn, right? It hurts like hell. Burning is probably some of the worst pain I've ever had. I can't even imagine people who I don't even want to think about it, who have been burned, you know what I mean? That's something I don't want to contemplate. Having been burned just a little bit here and there, yeah. I think my worst burn was my thumb. One of my hands, probably my right hand. We had a burn barrel on the farm, so when you're on a farm, it's just common. You have a barrel, and you put stuff in there. Sorry, got an itch. You put certain garbage, bags and things in there, and you burn them. And when I was probably 4 or 5, so I'm thinking back. Yeah, would have been around then. I was pretty young. For whatever fucking reason, I reached up and grabbed the edge of the barrel. And yeah, I learned that fire is very hot. And you don't want to touch it too much, because bad things happen. I remember having my thumb in a bowl of ice cubes and water. Now I'm not so sure that was a good idea. I don't know if it was then, but I don't know what you do for a burn. I'm thinking, I'd look it up if I had to, but, oh yeah, so one really good thing to know is Gold Bond, the white stuff, not the medicated stuff, but just the white bottle. It is extremely good. That cream is unfucking believable. So, the winters here are really dry, and I used to have issues. Your hands dry up and stuff. I found even just a little bit of this stuff, you can wet your hands and then put some of that on. It makes it go a little further. And you put that on, and it lasts like all fucking day. It is unbelievable. It's not greasy. It just it absorbs in, and you're just good. And another thing I discovered, because of sunburns and stuff I've had, you put that on, you don't even peel. It just heals. It's just like, what the cuts and things, everything just heals so fast when you're using that shit. Sorry, just looking around for a second, getting my bearings. Yeah, Gold Bond, I cannot say enough good things about that. I've tried a lot of different creams over the years. Gold Bond is unfucking believable. It's a little expensive though. But like I said, you don't have to put on a ton of it. And it just lasts. Summer I don't use it barely at all. But winter, yeah, sometimes hands get a little dry. Depending, especially if you're doing a lot of outside work or something. But yeah, it is so dry here in winter. And just so you know, because lots of people don't, deserts are far more humid than winter biomes. People think deserts are really, really dry, but hot air actually holds more moisture than cold. And yeah, in winter up here, there's like zero humidity when you're outside and it's cold. Zero. Oops. Get going here. Let's do a double check on where exactly we are going. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to follow that road all the way up and around to there, and then down, and yeah, go here, grab some fuel, go up this way. I guess there's a fuel thing right here, so I'm not going to really need it, but for the generator I will. There better be a fucking generator. Yeah, right there. Looking after all this. Oh, wait. Just to fuel up, might as well, and get some repairs done. Pop in the garage and it's instantly fixed and fueled. Yo. Oh, that should have been some damage. Damn, this thing turns slow. There we go. Come on. Alright, I guess all things considered, this guy's isn't doing half bad. Yeah, the things you learn as you go through life. So, yeah, Gold Bond, I wish I'd known about that way earlier. So I'm pretty sure that shit's been around for a long time. I remember using Vaseline, trying to back in the day, and it was terrible. Look at that. The farmhouse was like, we had a humidifier on the furnace, but It wasn't great, right? I think we had a... Wait. Now I'm thinking about it. We may not have had a humidifier. I know my mom used to put, the ice cream pail buckets. She'd fill those with water and put them on like the heat vents and stuff around the house, trying to get the humidity up. I remember there was a lot of static. This one time we had this Siamese cat, right? And we'd pet her in the dark with like wool sweaters. And you'd get quite the fire show. It was just awesome. There was like blue and pink and green sparks coming off her. Like, you could pet her down her back and right up her tail, and you get this like sparkler effect. She'd be all fucking puffed out. She didn't appreciate it. She kind of liked it because she's getting pets, right? But then she'd be like, something's not right. I don't like. It was kind of a love-hate relationship with that type of petting. She learned eventually to stay the hell away from us when we were winter and we had those sweaters. One of the two grandparents used to do a lot of knitting. A lot. And I would not wear that stuff to school. No fucking way. You know it is. I'd rather be in like shorts in the middle of a 40 below weather than wear a knitted toque. Those gloves were never really that good either. They'd always get wet. I mean, they're warm to begin with, and then they get wet with melted snow, and it's it's not good. Then your hands are fucking freezing. I mean, I appreciate all the effort and everything, totally, but some of that stuff wasn't super duper good to be wearing. I remember there was one day I was waiting for the bus. I had to walk down to the road from the house, which was a little distance. It wasn't that bad, but I could take a shortcut across the field and whatnot. But I was waiting, and it was like 40 below outside. I mean, I guess the schools decided to close, and for whatever reason, we didn't hear it on the radio and stuff. So I'm down there freezing to death, waiting for the bus for like an hour or something. And then I was a little kid, right? So then I walked back up to the house. So I didn't get hurt or anything, but because I was dressed for it. But I think after that, my dad built like a little house down at just off the driveway by the road out of bales of hay. We used to do alfalfa. And so we had a lot of hay, and he built this little house, and that was great. Go in there. Unfortunately, the open side of it, the door was on the wrong side. It was towards our driveway. Well, it wasn't facing down the road to where the bus comes from, so I'd always have to jump out and see is the bus coming or not. And I hated that bus. That was the worst part of school. The fucking school bus. Oh my god. It was an hour ride to and from school. And one part of it, there's a big stretch down the highway, and at certain times of the year, the sun is shining right in your fucking face, and so you're going along for a while, and there's no sun visor, right? You're sitting in the back. The bus driver has a sun visor. The rest of us don't. So you basically just have to kind of keep your head down behind the seat in front of you, and being tall and stuff. I hated it. And then on the way home, the sun is in the opposite location, and so you're getting it again on the way home. So, yeah. And that was just part of it. And stinky kids, and hot, and it wasn't very comfortable, and it was a long ride. I mean, that's 2 hours of my day, every day, going to school. School was bad enough, boring as fuck. For the most part. Yeah, I hated school. Hated it. When I was a kid in grade 1, I wanted to blow it up. Oh man, if somebody gave me a bomb, I probably would have done it. Yeah, I wanted school to be gone. I used to dream about blowing up the bus with a rocket launcher. I hated it. I didn't have issues with bullies or anything or people. It was just school. Boring. Actually, I couldn't even see the blackboard until I was 3. Not 3, in grade 3. Didn't realize I needed glasses, right? I mean, you don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. It's not like you had anything to compare it to. And yeah, grade 3 I got glasses, which I wasn't keen on wearing to school that year. But my marks went up like drastically. I went 10 or 20% higher marks after that because I could actually see what was going on the blackboard when they were doing shit. Kind of makes me wonder if I'd had glasses the whole time, probably would have been a lot easier, but who knew? Then again, now I've come across information that apparently, so there's muscles in your eyes, right? And they stretch your eye or compress it or whatever. They change the shape of the lens by squeezing or pulling on your eyeball. And that's how you focus on stuff, more or less. So when you're growing up, right? Sometimes certain things grow faster than others. Oh, no. Like I had an issue in junior high with my knees because I was growing fast and my ligaments weren't growing as fast as the bones at the front of my knees. So when I went running and stuff, you know, that night or something, my knees would swell up and I wouldn't be able to. Not like bad or anything, but enough that it would, by morning, be all stiff and I couldn't even bend my leg. That was like grade 7. So I got taken out of gym class for a while because of that. Didn't really affect anything. I just had to stay out for a couple of years because apparently if I kept doing running and stuff and doing that, basically I was stretching ligaments at the front, which would tear them a little bit and then they'd swell up and yeah. Oh, this is that fucking shit spot. I think we're gonna go around it. If I'd kept doing that, I could have ended up with a permanent limp, is what the doctor was telling me. So I couldn't go to gym class anymore. At least nothing that required running, which unfortunately most things did. But because I was good at basketball and volleyball and all that shit, kind of sucked. Grade 9 was good to go then. Got the okay, and I was the track star for the county. Fucking awesome. I got firsts in like everything for running and stuff. Shot put and discus. I think I placed there too. I didn't get the gold there, but I think I had silver or bronze or something. I can't remember. And, I still did good because I had to. We had a pond full of fish. A pond. It was a dugout. Big dugout, but a dugout. We had a bunch of trout in there, so every morning I had to go down and feed them. I'd take a cup of fish food, looks like cat kibble almost, and I'd walk down to, it was about a mile I guess, walk down to the pond and walk around it, chucking in handfuls of food, and you could see the fish just under the surface. They got to know me, they'd follow me around. When I'd come in the morning, you could see them, and I'd just fling this shit out there, and it was like piranha. The water would just be churning with fish just eating this stuff. And then you go all the way around, and then get back to where I started. And this was after we had my dad had cleared the land, so it was a slough at one point, and there was trees and stuff. I kind of missed that. It was lots of fun down there. But it was just there's a lot of peat moss, right? It was flat peat moss, and I would sprint back. Let's go. I'm going to take a wide turn on this. It was peat moss, which was the best thing I've ever run on. It would like return your energy. It was like running on a springboard almost. It was weird. And boy oh boy could I fucking run. So I'd sprint back. And for some reason this didn't fuck my knees up. Thank God. Ah, shit. Can I go around this building? No, but I can't maybe go out here and turn around and come back. Okay, let's do that. Because I can't really back these type of trailers up very well, and I need to get that trailer on there, and I want to be pointed in the other direction. Although this truck, I'm just going to leave here, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, whatever. Oh, there's a waterfall here. That's kind of cool. So yeah, I'd sprint back every morning, and then I guess that had me in enough good shape that and I used to ride my bike everywhere, and dirt roads and stuff. I guess I was just in uber shape. I actually timed myself, and I was running 10-second 100 meters, which, oh no, 11. It was 11 seconds, sorry. I found out later that 10 seconds was gold medal Olympic times, and I was like floored. I couldn't fucking believe it. Okay, let's stop. So now he's ready to go. When I bring... Where's the other guy? All right, he was here, went to the wrong place. Alright, okay, so we're gonna back this out of here. Fuck, I left that generator running. I hope I didn't fuck it up for using up a bunch of fuel. Yeah, same way. Stop there for some fuel, go up here, blah blah blah. Grab the shit, head back here. You know what, we're gonna go through here with him. Because he's pretty heavy duty, I think he can handle it. Wait a minute, that's not where we're going. We're going over here. Stupido. And there. But yeah, back to the eye thing. So basically the gist of this is that if we weren't getting glasses when we were kids, the muscles in your eyes would basically get better, and things kind of catch up. Like I said, like my ligaments weren't growing as fast as my bones, and so things are kind of out of whack. So it's kind of the same thing with the eyeballs. You know, things just need a chance to grow into what they need to be. But because you put on the crutches, aka the glasses, you just sort of become dependent on them. The muscles in your eyes never get as good as they could be, as strong as they could be, and yeah. So I think, yeah, I saw somewhere there was an optometrist who basically said, yeah, okay, that's true, but why would you want to do that? And I'm thinking, well, for one thing, you wouldn't need glasses, but I had to get glasses because I remember I was watching a James Bond movie, and I used to get headaches, like really bad migraines, and it was from eye strain, and then I'd puke. I'd puke a lot. It wasn't fun. You know, as a kid. And then of course there's the, you know, not being able to see things very well, at least until your eyeballs get better. And I don't know if I could find anything about anybody who actually did it to verify if that's actually the case or not. But yeah, I'm going this way. Lights are on, right? Yeah. But I would be interested because, I mean, right now I'm wearing glasses. Maybe it would be nice if I didn't have to. Of course, now I'm old enough I need these fucking progressives. I don't know if I need them. It's more annoyance. There's got to be a better way to do this, right? I've seen things where they're regrowing hearts for people. Ears and things. What happened to that? I always hear about these medical advancements. There was some scanner device similar to a CAT scan, but it was a lot cheaper, that you could put at any doctor's office. It still costs like $200,000 or something, but I mean that's better than millions that the fucking CAT scanners cost. And nothing. Haven't heard a thing about it. All these things. Recently there was, there's 3 scientists, oh, I talked about this before too, I think. 3 scientists in Japan who discovered peptide that will regrow teeth. And they've done it. So you're missing some teeth, right? When you're a kid and you're missing those teeth, our bodies are making this peptide, which basically instructs the areas there, right, to grow the teeth, because they grow, your adult teeth. And then after you're done, I mean, it stops producing those peptides, obviously. It's because you don't want to be growing teeth there all the time, or something weird going on, I guess, who knows. But apparently, if you give these peptides to adults who have lost their teeth, the teeth grow back. Like, that's huge. I mean, there's no need for root canals and bridges and all this crazy shit they do, and drilling into your jaw and to put in fake teeth. And you can just, you got a really bad tooth, just fucking pull it out, take these peptides, and in a couple of weeks your teeth are growing back, or your tooth. That's insane. That's fucking awesome. And I'm betting anything that we will never hear about that again. It'll just disappear, or, you know, because that means orthodontists and stuff are going to be losing a lot of money because their job just basically disappeared. What you don't need, other than maybe braces and stuff, they're never going to need to do surgery for, you know, like those things I was just talking about. Yeah, that stupid thing. Look around there. So I'm betting anything that they will lobby the government or whoever to make that just go away, or they'll scaremonger it, or something. Somebody somewhere in some position will make it happen. You know, go away. Kind of like, you know, the guy that made the engine that runs on water. That kills a lot of industries. A lot of industries. There's a lot of money tied up in, like, energy production, like just electricity that could be used for that, right? Generators, cars, everything. It all, the gas, all that stuff changes, goes away. Huge money, and that just disappeared. And I mean, apparently it was real. I actually have some thoughts on how that worked. I'm not going to say because I don't want them coming after me. And you never look at the patents are always bullshit. I've seen a few things like that, right? You go look at them and it's just garbage. It's pretty obvious the patent offices are just a control that the assholes are using to make sure that they keep control of these new technologies that could make people independent. And like, that would be huge right there, right? If you had an engine that ran on water, I mean, 4 foot in water. Water has a lot of really interesting, weird properties compared to a lot of other stuff. But anyway, yeah, so I suspect that there's a lot of things that people have discovered, put patents in for, and then were quietly disappeared or threatened into shutting the fuck up or whatever, and then their patents that you go look up are doctored to be just gibberish bullshit. I have no doubt that, at least in some cases, that's probably very likely to have happened. The only thing is you do need to put in a patent, because if you don't, you put it out there, some asshole will patent it. You know, one of the assholes, let's say you discover something, you just make it freely available to everybody. Let's see if there's some metal in here. I don't think, no. They'll just come along and patent it and say, okay, now we own the patent on this, and everybody has to pay through the nose to get it. So you do need to put in a patent. I don't know how you would... I don't know. There's got to be a way to do that, because that's how I would want to do it. Whoops. Just make it available to everybody. And then what are they going to do? If it's something super easy that you can build at home, I mean, I'm sure they'll go out of their way to try and make it illegal, or make the parts impossible to find, or something. They'll try. They'll try their hardest to fuck us over. Okay, metal beams. I need 3. 3 metal beams. Okay. Can I... No cargo to load. Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3 metal beams. Change to here. You know what? I didn't turn off that generator at the other place. Oh man, whatever. I don't care. I'll eventually have to go back there. I can do it then. If there's still fuel in the thing. If not, I'll probably bring a fuel truck like this and hook it up, so it won't be the end of the world. It smells like baked potatoes now. Oh my god, she's killing me. Killing me with good food. So my wife is Polish-Ukrainian descent. So, yeah, gotta watch out for the pierogies and stuff. There's some good food there. Good food that can make you real fat. Which I'm not, by the way. I do have a spare tire, but it's nothing huge. And I've been slowly working on it, doing the keto thing and all that. Not just for that weight deal. Actually, I found that when you switch to keto, you do start losing weight, but I think it's because so our bodies are geared towards processing either carbs or ketones. Carbs are like you know, sugar and starch and stuff. Well, starches get turned into sugar, I guess, in your body, but sugar. And we eat, it's in so much of what we eat, and it's not good. It causes a lot of problems. Because most of our history we've been eating the other side of stuff, fats and meats, which is the ketones part of stuff. But yeah, so our cells are geared towards one or the other. So what I've found is that when I switch to carbs, or sorry, keto-related stuff, you know, if you go like full carnivore or something, you do start losing weight, and you can eat whatever the fuck you want at that point, like, you know, fatty meats and stuff, no problem. But eventually, and it doesn't take a whole lot of time, your body sort of is switched gears to that, right? And then you start making, you know, you have to watch the calories again and whatever. So either way, I guess you gotta watch the calories. But yeah, with that, at that first time when you switch over, things are pretty good as far as eating what you want. On the keto side of things, that is. So I'm kind of wondering, because I'm there, I gotta slow down on that stuff. But if I were to switch back to carbs, I wonder how long, or I wonder how that would work. Is there like a thing maybe switching back and forth? I kind of do a dirty keto anyway. I'm not full on keto crazy. You know what else is kind of interesting about that is how, you know, they went out of the way. I remember when the fast food places changed their oils from the trans fat stuff to, you know, the vegetable oils, which there are no vegetables in vegetable oil, it's just seed oil. Vegetable oil is a marketing term to make it sound healthy, and by the way, it is extremely unhealthy, especially the stuff in those fryers. When it's heated, it's worse for you, and every time it gets heated, it becomes exponentially worse. So with those places, the fast food places, and they're reheating that oil all the time. Super bad. But yeah, I remember they were changing that, and it was all about you know, getting away from butter and going over to margarine and stuff, which is margarine is one molecule away from becoming plastic, by the way. Literally. Margarine is bad. It's also, again, full of seed oils. You see it in everything. Chips, it just kills me. I love potato chips, but I can't eat those anymore. That stuff is mega bad. And you wonder why everybody's getting fat everywhere. That it's all that. It's this shit in everything. I was thinking about taking him down there to get that, but I don't know if he's too big. You know what? I'm gonna bring bring this across the bridge and just kind of get it out of the way. And then I'm going to try, I can see that boat over there. It does look a little steep. I'm going to see if I can get this guy to go grab that upgrade. So yeah, there are chips and stuff you can get that are made with the good oils, which are all the stuff that they said was bad for us, pretty much. Palm oil, coconut oil, avocado, all the stuff that was, if it comes from a plant from a hot climate, it's generally good for you. It's the seed oils from cold climate plants like sunflower oil, canola, that kind of thing. Those are bad. Very bad. The other thing too about that, which I was getting at, was how they used to say, you know, red meats are bad for you. I'm sure everybody remembers that because it wasn't that long ago. They're still saying it, I think. Eggs are bad for you because of the cholesterol. You need that cholesterol, by the way. Yeah, the red meats are insanely good for us, like mega good. So are eggs. The cholesterol problem is a problem in as far as that it'll clog your arteries, but only because we eat so much sugar. Sugar is the problem, it's not the cholesterol. We need the cholesterol. We don't need all these fucking cholesterol drugs and bullshit. And cutting back on eggs and things. What you need to do is cut back on the sugar. Excess sugar, which for an adult, sadly, that's anything more than 3 grams at a time, is bad. It goes into your blood. It doesn't get processed. It sits in your bloodstream. Oh, can we do it? Okay, good. And while it's in there, it roughs up the walls of your blood vessels, which makes it very easy for the cholesterol to stick. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Let's go slowly. Do not want to tip over. I've never lost a vehicle in deep water yet. I don't know what happens. Probably nothing, but I don't want to do it. Yeah, so excess sugar roughs up your blood vessels. Kids can handle more sugar than adults. They process it better. And sugar, just like the vegetable oils, is in everything. Everything. You just look at the ingredients on stuff sometime. It's like there's always like a sunflower oil or some kind of vegetable oil or corn oil or something. But again, like if it's coconut, palm, or avocado, not avocado. Why is my brain not working? Olive oil, that's the one. Those aren't bad. They're still not great. I mean, if you eat enough of it, probably not great for you. Oh man, I can't get around. Can I get around this boat? Maybe I can. I can see the shoreline down under the water a little bit. It's gonna be tight. Oh, great. Just had to put a boat there, didn't you? Let's see if we can't drive over top of some of this stuff. We might get hung up on it though, but we'll see. Okay. Guess we're going around. I can still see the bottom, so I think we're okay. It doesn't look like it's like super steep. What am I stuck on? It's a bit of an invisible wall there around that little boat. Oh, that's the boat. That's the boat. The vehicle that you find on this map somewhere. It's an upgrade for it. Alright, so let's go around this way just to see what's what. But yeah, pretty much everything they said that was bad for us is actually good for us. Kind of makes you wonder why they did that, doesn't it? Again, there's no money to be made. I guess in the 70s, the drug companies were going out of business because everybody was so healthy, basically. There was no money to be made. And then Fauci came along and invented AIDS. HIV and AIDS, it's all bullshit. AIDS is just immune system deficiency issue, which can be caused by drugs, which was the case with the people who had it, gays. They were using a drug that gave them really good orgasms and also fucked up their immune system. Meth will do it to you too, right? You get AIDS from using meth and things like that. It just fucks up your system, and then it can't fight off anything. Is basically what it is. That's AIDS. Criminal Fauci there came up with this idea to tie it to HIV, which apparently, if it even exists, is in most of the human population on the planet. Not everybody's got AIDS, right? And then they did a whole advertising deal around it to scare the hell out of everybody. Ooh, AIDS, it does this to you, it's transmittable and you gotta be careful, and they had all these fucking drugs and stuff which were really bad for people that took it. And yeah, so this little formula worked, and so the drug companies started using that for all kinds of stuff. Making up diseases and whatnot and scaring people into taking drugs. Oh, you need this, you need that, don't eat, red meats are bad for you and all that. Things that we need. No. So basically, yeah, they want us to be sick because it's a huge amount of money for them. Huge. We're talking billions to trillions of dollars. I feel like I'm like way off. Oh no, we're heading in the right direction. That's a lot of vested interest in making sure we're sick. I mean, they joke about it, you know, like there was I want to say Third Rock from the Sun, but it wasn't that. It's the one with Sheldon and Penny and, god damn it, what is that? Big Bang Theory. Where the one guy's wife works at a drug company, and they make jokes about it sometimes. You know, we invented sleepy eye syndrome or something. So we could sell some drug that gives you something else, and well, we have a drug for that too, and it is basically that. This thing's gonna be hard to turn around here if I have to do it sometime. Alright. Alright, what do we got? Let's open up a bridge. Are there any other... I really want that one big bridge. That just gives me money. Warehouse access. Oh, that'll be a good one to do. Except what do we need for it? 4 medium logs. Which are... Oh. This is doable. 4 medium logs. Oh, there's 2 trailers. That's right, each with a 1 load, so that's only 2 medium logs. I need 4. Yeah. The gate's blinking, so I'd have to go to the other side, so I don't want to do that yet. That sucks. Everybody gets a log. Okay, same thing. Don't care. Ghost Town. Same thing. Okay, so we went through all those. None of them. I want to open this up here because there's stuff down here I need. Okay, so let's try this. Testing the waters. Nothing there. Watch point. It's on another map, don't care. It's all connected. Doesn't look like that. No, I can't get everything I need for that anyway. Okay, 1 and 2, so that's not going to help me. And... Huh. Okay, so there's going to be no jobs that open up that bridge yet, so I'm probably going to have to do stuff from the other. Let's go through spring cleaning tunnels. Just looking for anything that looks like 2 towers. Nope. Okay, what about this? And this? I went through all of these already. Westbound ferry. Oh, that just opens up these. Which I guess is nice. It costs money to cross on the ferry, but that doesn't help me down here. Let's do a double check. I'm pretty sure I cannot get across the water here. I don't know, maybe? Get back on track. Something in here must... I already looked at those, didn't I? Yes, I did. Jumbo bridge. Why didn't I see that? Dumbass. For fuel. Yeah, where do I need that? From one of the other maps. Yep. And that's way down. What do I need to get this? It doesn't say. Normally it says... Oh, maybe after I find the fuel spot, this will open up. Because right now... Where the fuck was it? This was it, right? Jumbo bridge. Oh, it is open. Okay, so I just need fuel. Okay, so we are definitely going to be heading over here. There's no other exits. Is there around here? No. We're going to head in here and see if we can find this fuel. We can deliver another generator to the bridge. It's not a big deal. And I can use the twin steer. There we go, get him a little closer. Alright, so I think I'm going to call it right there. The smoothest, I can't even talk. The food is smelling so fucking good right now, it's killing me. So I'm going to go and sniff around and see what's happening as far as that. And I might be on later tonight. I play MechWarrior every Friday and Saturday night with the guys. Don't know, I usually don't stream it because it's usually just us bitching about how bad the game is and the cheating. You know, because the hit reg is terrible, or you walk around a building to get cover and you still get hit by, you know, from a shot from 2 seconds ago that shouldn't be hitting you now but still does somehow, and things like that. And people shooting through terrain, that's also a thing. I don't know. It's just a bunch of us old guys bitching about stuff, so I haven't been streaming it because it hasn't been super entertaining as far as that. But who knows? Maybe I'll change my mind. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I might be on a bit later, or later tonight, or it'll be tomorrow. Alrighty, see you guys.